Alright, we just started. I'm just gonna make the announcements on my Twitter and Discord.
No
We,
way. Wow.
I don't believe we're gonna have the same lag issues as last night. That was hell.
I
I think
remember
Yeah,
2 frames.
I think we're good now.
that's good.
I found out the problem was that there was a lot of internet being used around my house at the time I started streaming.
Okay.
So that was probably what made all the lag happen. All right, we got all the people coming in. Hello, hello, everybody. Hello, hello, welcome. Well, let me get up chat on my phone so I can read the chat and also pay attention to my Streamlabs here.
Got the silly little gay people on your mobile phone.
All the silly little queers on my phone. What y'all doing on my phone? All right, I got the chat up on my phone now. Hello, hello, chat. Hello. I had to eat my pizza. Apologies for the stream being a wee bit later than I originally planned. We're about a half an hour late because I had to eat. Surely you all understand. Hello, everyone. I'm gonna give you time to join in. So, to anyone joining in right now who's a bit concerned, I did fix the lag problems from last stream, or so I believe I did. What type of pizza? I had a gluten-free pizza with chicken at Domino's. They serve that for anyone who doesn't know. So hello, everybody. Just gonna make sure that everyone's loud enough. I should do that quickly. We got Lyra and Dalton here once again.
Yeah, Lyra
hello.
appearing in the stream again. That's a first for the while. Huh?
Yeah. Lyra jump scare. Oh,
My tortoise Bowser keeps trying to leave the bath. Tell him to
Jump
stop
scare.
frown.
Tor.
My
Bowser,
my
stop!
presence charming.
Hmm?
Is the tortoise Bowser voiced by Jack Black?
Yippee-ki-yay! Fastest
I hope
nation
so.
in the West. Stream started right as
Speaking
work
of
ended.
which,
Wanted to
what
see how
is your
quickly I
opinion
could throw
on,
money at you.
Oh,
Jack
thank you,
Black's
Emily.
voice?
Oh my, he's perfect. He's actually perfect.
Yeah.
I was skeptical until I saw the trailer. I was skeptical about both him and Chris Pratt before the trailer. After I saw the trailer, I was super confident in Jack Black. Chris Pratt's exactly like I expected.
I think my favorite thing that spawned out of the trailer is just this one meme where it's showing the video of Chris Pratt being like, "It's a me, Mario." Just kidding, that won't be the actual voice. And then it just switches to the meme format like "ba bo be," and it just says, "Yes, the fuck it was."
It was just straight up his regular voice. Like, he didn't even try. Maybe it'll be better in the movie, but, so...
I really hope.
I hope so. So I'm assuming everyone can hear everyone okay here. So today's stream for Spooky Month is going to be 3 horror games from my childhood. Gonna go over a little bit of what you're gonna be expecting to see in this stream, because this is a stream I've wanted to do for months. This is a stream I really badly wanted to do. And I figured this was the perfect time to do it, since, you know, Spooky Month's coming up, we've got Haunted Halloween PSA coming out, so may as well use the opportunity, right? So, what I did for this stream, right, for as long as I can remember, I have been obsessed with horror stuff, surprisingly, right? Who would have guessed? And, whenever I was a kid, my parents... Oh, we got a super chat. Hello.
Danger Dave back at it again after eating the pizza.
Danger Dave. It was good pizza. Thank you for the super chat, Sam. I appreciate it. But, yeah, so, as I was saying, whenever I was younger, I really, really loved horror games. Big surprise. But the thing was that I was never allowed to play horror games as a kid, because my parents didn't want me to. They thought I'd be too scared by it. They thought I'd get traumatized. And, you know, with how jumpy and easily scared I am, they were very justified in thinking that. But, of course, me loving the horror genre and still wanting to participate in horror games, I ended up watching a whole lot of YouTube as a kid. And, you know, this was before Five Nights at Freddy's. This was pre-2014. All the games, I actually did a background check. All of the games we're going to be playing today were released in 2013. So, we're looking at post-Slender, pre-FNAF horror games, these are. To give you an idea...
Horror was ruined.
Before horror was ruined. No, like, to give you an idea of these games are, like, in order to find some of these games, I had to dig, right? One of the games that we're playing here tonight, the website to download it was deleted off of the internet, and I had to go to some back alley website to hunt for it, and I eventually found it, but my computer may have malware now. But yeah, so the thing with these three games, this was before my insane Five Nights at Freddy's hyperfixation that I had in 2014. Whenever I was looking for, I was looking for horror games that would scare me as a kid. And before Five Nights at Freddy's, I didn't really find any games that particularly terrified me from watching them on YouTube, but the three games we're playing tonight were ones I was obsessed with as a kid. These were horror games that I would watch, like Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, PewDiePie. Anyone who played these games, I was watching someone play it, and I was obsessed with them. And, you know, years down the line, I forgot about these games. Five Nights at Freddy's happened, and I became obsessed with that. But a couple months ago, I remembered these games existing, and I really wanted to do a big hunt for them. Eventually, I found them, downloaded them, and we're playing them all today. I do not know anything about these games, aside from the little tidbits I remember from watching these games on my Nintendo 3DS alone at night in my bedroom. So, basically, I know nothing about these games. I just know that I liked these games. That is it. So, we're all going to be experiencing this together. We're going to be seeing if these games actually hold up in the slightest. These games might all be terrible. They might all be, great. And, I'm playing them in the order of the absurdity of them. This first game I'm playing actually looks like a pretty decent horror game, but as we're going, guys, you're gonna realize how bizarre little Zach's taste was, because these games get weird. So, without further ado, we're gonna move our banner out of the way. Whoa, green screen, what the hell's up with that? Oh no, you guys are seeing my... You guys are seeing... What the hell? Now, this is weird, you guys are seeing my VideoTube avatar, that's not right. It's sharing the wrong screen. We've got technical difficulties. Nobody look. No. Nobody look.
Not again.
Nobody look. This ain't right. What's happening? Lankman trolling? No, the bastard. Hold up just a second here, guys. Past reception. Don't look. This isn't happening.
Wait,
The game's not
Zach,
responding. What?
I wanted to ask you, while you're working on fixing this, whenever you do videos, do you just do a thing where while you're recording audio for the script, you also have VideoTube open at the same time and just record that and then green screen it over when you're making the final video?
No, I edit each frame of Clyde individually whenever I am doing stuff with my videos.
Oh god, that seems like I did that for a while as well, and it killed me, and eventually I was thinking, like, I wonder if you could use VideoTube to speed up that process by technicality.
Oh yeah, you absolutely could. I actually know, or I guess I knew is a better term, I knew a couple people who use VideoTube for editing their sprite into videos. It's a lot more convenient. I'm just very specific with how I want to express Clyde when I'm using him in videos, so I always make a point of editing him in manually. Also, Duck Dog, I see my super chat didn't show up. I'm confused. Also, love your videos. I'm sorry about that. I don't know what happened with that. I appreciate it anyway if it went through at all. I don't know why that would happen. That must be a thing on YouTube's part. Let me see here. Is the game going to show up now? This is bizarre. Hold on just a second. I think I know what the problem is. This is a better problem than what we were having last night, at least.
Mm.
The friggin' lag from last night was a horror show to deal with. Let's see here. Gotta get a new screen capture. Does it want to capture the game I'm playing? Oh, looking for a game. Is it gonna work?
Just saw Ukia's sister location video. Love how you held him at gunpoint.
Yeah, that was... Oh, there we go, there we go. It's working, it's working. We figured it out. Yeah, that sister location video was super fun to work on with... yeah. Oh, I got another one.
Love your vids, man. Glad I could catch the stream.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, that sister location video was very fun to collab with. Yeah, it was very fun to work with. Yeah? Oh, you're right, screen share.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Why isn't this game showing up as a screen share option? I guess
Yes, it is.
I guess this works.
Great videos. Game recommendation Punch Club.
I'll have to look into that. I've never heard of it. Okay, so, chat, to those of you who don't recognize what this game is, oh my god, we're getting so many super chats.
Paystra. Will we see any other Veldugan other than Clyde in DOAI Volume 0?
Yes, or not Volume 0. I will say in Volume 0 you'll see you'll see who appears in Volume 0, but you'll see all the Veldigan eventually in the series. But yeah, so this first game we're playing, apologies for how low res it looks. This is just how the game looks. This isn't anything on my end. This is just how the game looks. This first game...
I honest to God thought it was compression issues.
Yeah, this is just how the game looks, actually. This is how it is on my screen. I can barely read this. This first game we're playing is called Vapor. This was released in 2013. This version of Vapor we're playing is a demo that was created for a bigger game. And from what I understand, the bigger game is on Steam for $1, but it was this prototype demo that I originally played. Oh, thank you for becoming a channel member, Plague Bearer. So yeah, I know nothing about this. All I remember was that Markiplier played it, and I liked it because there were spooky faces, and I liked the setting a lot. So we're just going to jump right into it, chat. We're going to experience this together.
Those Jack. Oh my god, it's the precursor to the one Jack.
It is! Oh my god!
This is so, like, 2010 to 2012.
It is, right? It's so, like, early 2010s horror. And we are now in the game. So, our character constantly bobs up and down like this. That's, like, one of the only things I remember about this game. But, yeah, here we are.
You actually play as, like a floating fish. This is just how they locomote. You know, they're just bobbing up and down as if they're in water.
We're just swimming through the vapor! Oh, we got super chat?
Exactly.
Can't stay for the
It's
stream,
a frogfish.
but I love your videos.
Oh, well,
Keep it up.
thank you so much for the $10, Flying Fire. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, like, starting this out right away, like, you can tell that this is, like, early 2010s, like post-Slender, pre-FNAF horror right here.
Yeah.
Can we get a fog champ in the chat for this Silent Hill looking ass environment? It's like Silent Hill 2's visual fidelity and fog combined with stock assets from Slender the 8 Pages.
It really does feel like that, actually. I'm gonna go towards the green spotlight.
Buenos hello. Game recommendation
Go
Zero
towards
Ranger.
the light.
Simply incredible indie game and
Go
unrated.
faster.
Ooh.
$12.
Oh, I'll have to check it out then. That sounds good. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Hold on, guys.
Epilepsy warning for this game? Oh, okay. I'm seeing people in the chat saying that this game apparently has an epilepsy warning. I don't know what that means because I don't remember anything from it, but there's your warning to anyone in the chat with epilepsy. Be careful, there may be flashing lights. Thank you to whoever that was in the chat that pointed that out. I wouldn't have known, and I would have hated to have been responsible for anything. This game is loud. You want me to turn it down? I'll turn it down a little bit. It's a bit loud on my end, too. How's that? Is that better? Do you want to quit? No. There, that should be better. Yeah, thank you, Chapman. What the hell is that? Oh, what the? Oh, they're damaging me. Oh, they're little skeleton hands. I thought they were little spiders.
Just little dudes.
So, okay, there's some weird, like, green warlock orb over here. What's this? Can I climb this? Oh my god. Am I stuck? Okay, I'm fine. Oh, welcome to the Pumpkin Patch BL lover. I appreciate that. Okay, can I climb up here? You know what this oddly reminds me of, too? Specifically Slendy Tubbies for some reason. If y'all remember that. Man, early 2010s hit different. They did. You can always tell when a game's made from this era. I feel very nostalgic towards games like these. Alright, let's go. Green orb, green orb. Oh! Can I shoot? Oh! Oh, I can shoot stuff now.
Ooh.
Ah, yes, let's reopen the childhood fright together. Sparkles, BDW, how's the pizza? And your sprite isn't moving, art.
Oh, my sprite's not moving. That's weird. I'll have to look into why that's happening. Also, the pizza was very good. Gluten-free. I wouldn't have been able to eat it otherwise. What the? Oh, I just clicked off the... I clicked off the game for a second. So I am very confused as to what my objective in this game is. What the? What the hell? I wasn't expecting this to be like a first-person shooter. What? That's so weird. Oh, God. Hi. So, what the hell is my objective here? There's the bonfire up ahead in the center of the map, but like, I just feel like I'm kind of aimlessly wandering around right now. Yeah, the frame rate's back. To anyone who was confused about what the frame rate issues were last stream, I found out it was because there was a lot of people using the internet at the time I was streaming in my house. And it was just causing it to chug a lot.
Word of advice. You hear a
I mean,
distant droning. Run.
It looks much better now.
Word of advice, if I hear distant droning, run. Oh, there is a run button. Okay, I'll remember that, I guess. Wow, I move really fast when I run. God. Movement in this feels like an early 2010s horror game. It feels like... The movement in this feels just good enough that it's playable, but it also feels very clunky, you know? Run button indicates nothing's gonna chase you clearly. Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, just for speed running.
Just for speed running, yeah, exactly. They were thinking of the people who wanted to finish this fast. Oh, we're by the water now. Was this where I started? I don't think it is. I don't know what these things are I'm collecting. Is this like a Pac-Man-esque game? Now, I remember little me really liking this game because of a particular jump scare I saw. I don't remember if that's even accurate to this game or not.
Hi Pastra and Lyra, hi hello.
Hello, Sophie. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, I feel like there's something important with this bonfire. I don't know what that is. Combust, like, what does that mean? Am I supposed to jump into it?
Maybe shoot a spell at it? Like shoot it?
No.
Okay.
There are no jump scares. You can lower all defenses. Maybe I right-click it?
Wait, is that where your next flame, like that like orb is? Or oh no, that's over there.
Oh,
Maybe you need to.
am I supposed to follow the bonfires?
Maybe.
Alright, I'm back, boys. Give me the rundown. What's happened?
So, I got...
We're not sure.
It's a first-person shooter, apparently, because I can attack enemies with a fireball. I guess I'm a warlock. There's some little grabby zombie hands that come out of the ground to try and kill me. There's also these guys, who are very fun-looking. And
Oh, spine.
we are trying our hardest to figure out what my objective in this game is.
Oh,
I'm running around
maybe.
collecting these thingamajiggers, but we don't know what they do. This one's not even working.
Hi buddies. Hope you're all chilling today, smile.
Oh, wait. Oh yeah, we're all doing good today, sheepies. Welcome. Nice of you to
Hi,
super chat. You didn't have to do
sheepies.
that. We're playing 3 horror games from my childhood, and I'm trying to like figure out how this game works or what I'm supposed to be doing.
Somebody said hi, Pastor and Lyra. Hello.
Hello. Welcome to the Pumpkin Patch Goomy the Gummy. I love the username.
Ooh, here they go.
Oh. Skeleton hands are very spooky. So yeah, as far as I can tell, this is like a prototype version of another game. Collect.
Just double checked. This was a demo for a game that later
Okay.
came out on Steam.
Interesting.
Nobody has covered that one. Looks like.
Wait, nobody's covered the full version of this game. People have only ever covered the demo. Huh.
That's some interestingly uncharted territory.
I might have to take advantage of that then if the full version's of any interest. I know it's only $1 on Steam because I did a background check.
Really?
Yeah, the full version of this is only $1, and apparently they're working on a sequel.
Oh.
You know, it's really funny. I got recommended a game
I'll save you
on
some
like
sanity.
a comment
The red
on
things are
like my
health
only
packs.
essay video or whatever, and it sent me down this huge rabbit hole because this game is the sequel to another game, and they both look like they're really deep, and I just haven't had enough money to get them yet.
Oh.
But I might end up playing them on stream, because the first one is called Milk Inside a Bag of Milk, Inside a Bag of Milk, Inside a Bag... repeating.
What the?
And then...
Whoa! Oh! Sorry,
Jesus.
sorry! Flashing lights, everybody! What the hell is that?
What?
What the? Oh!
When the hands come out,
you
it
know,
sounds
like,
like
that's,
someone
that's,
crunching on chips.
epilepsy warning for everybody, Jesus.
Yeah.
It really does sound like a bag of crunching chips. Thank you for your super chat.
My god.
What the?
Is it still chasing you?
I can hear it.
Oh.
Oh God! You hearing the sounds that thing's making?
I can't hear it through the share screen,
Yeah.
but I can turn up the volume on stream.
I don't hear it anymore because I got away, but my God, that scared the crap out of me.
Jesus.
So I think I'm supposed to find like there's like these little effigies that I'm supposed to put out. I'm assuming that's how I beat it. But yeah, what were you saying?
Oh, and the
Oh my
the
God.
sequel to this game, which is the game that actually got recommended to me, is called Milk Outside of a Bag of Milk. And it seems to be like a visual novel or an RPG, but the style of it is just incredibly surrealist and strange and beautiful, and it reminds me in a way of Yume Nikki. It's very, very weird, and I'd never heard of it before, and I still don't know anything about it. So I'm probably just gonna buy it and then play it blind on YouTube, on Twitch or something, and then make a video on it. Because it looks interesting. I just have no fucking clue what it is.
Yeah, that sounds so cool. Dear God, though, I hate this thing so much. I am so sorry to anyone in the chat with epilepsy. I was not realizing how many flashing lights were in this game.
I can see why younger you would have been interested in this.
Yeah, this was the kind of stuff that younger me remembers.
Clearly.
I think I'm supposed to be, dear God, I think I'm supposed to be hunting for, yeah, I'm supposed to be hunting for those effigies. Get to the bonfire. It may help you. What does the bonfire do?
Maybe the
chat.
bonfire
Those
gets
short
rid of
screams
it.
sound like the TF2.
Maybe the bonfire is like a safe spot.
It kind of does sound like that, yeah. Oh. Is there something I'm supposed to collect? Okay, I'm assuming it is. Wait, why can I not shoot by fire anymore? Why can't I not shoot by fire anymore? Oh my God!
Objective, run.
Fucking real.
I really hate the sounds that thing makes.
Yeah.
Why am I'm moving? Oh, did that effigy make me faster or something? Wait, what? Oh, I threw it into the fire.
Oh, maybe that's why you couldn't. Your hand was full. Maybe that's why you weren't allowed to shoot.
Oh, yeah, that's probably what it was. Okay, so I don't. Whoa, my God! There's the thumbnail. That was the thing I was drawing for the thumbnail, if anyone curious. What the hell? Oh, I can just go through the trees? Oh, no, I can't. Just some trees have less collision than others. Oh my God.
I'm getting people in chat saying that milk inside of a bag of milk and then milk outside of a bag of milk are both like 10 out of 10 games, which is an exciting prospect. I legit, I don't even know what genre properly the games are, so I'm just gonna try and go in completely blind when I actually have funds too. But I need
They
to.
sound very Canadian.
It does sound Canadian.
I do need to buy myself some other things first. Like I need to get a new monitor for myself, so I can actually bring my computer to school without having problems working because my laptop has a fucking busted screen.
Oh my God.
So it's really hard to like bring it to school and work because I can only see like half the screen.
Yeah, that sounds like it would be a problem. Definitely focus on that first.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And then when I do actually have free money to spend, I think the first thing I'm gonna spend it on is probably pre-ordering Sonic Frontiers.
Oh, I can't wait for that. So what the?
Oh, that reminds me, I gotta subscribe to the newsletter. Shit. Because you know what have you subscribed to the newsletter yet?
I have not. Oh God, it's right there.
You need to. I think that is a requirement because you get something when you do.
Oh, I definitely should then. Sorry, I'm trying to pay attention, but I'm also panicking a lot.
That's fair. Don't worry about it. You know what you get when you sign up with the newsletter.
What do you get?
You get a code that when you put it in game, it unlocks the soap shoes from Sonic Adventure 2.
Oh no way!
As like a wearable accessory, so you can just straight up play as Adventure 2 Sonic and Frontiers.
Oh, that's so cool!
I like that. I like that they added a little DLC for people who join the newsletter.
Yeah, a lot of people have still been saying on Twitter, oh, this game's gonna be made, yada yada, and I'm like, I don't really know how you can say that anymore. With all the gameplay footage we've seen, it looks like it's gonna be just like really fun, really enjoyable, super pretty looking, great story.
Oh, am I dead?
Is this scripted?
I don't know.
Taking a nap.
Taking a nap.
Oh, I guess that was death, huh?
Oh, am I just back at the start of the game now?
This is an interesting game.
Oh yeah, I'm just back at the start. It's all Slender the 8 Pages style. You die and you just restart the whole game. At least I know what I'm trying to do now. Yeah, I have a lot of confidence in Sonic Frontiers. I'm really excited for it. November is an exciting month for me with game releases, because we've got that, and then we've also got Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, which I'm super excited for.
Yeah, I'm finding it a bit harder to be excited for those games just because I'm a little bit of a jaded Pokemon fan, but I can recognize that there are some cool concepts in the new entries.
Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. I did not enjoy Sword and Shield at all, and it was like Shining Diamond, and it was like Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, or maybe I mixed the two up. Those ones,
No, you're good, you're good.
those were not very good remakes to me. So when it comes to like Switch Pokemon games, I was a little bit skeptical. Legends Arceus was great though. So I have a lot of hope that, you know, Scarlet and Violet will actually be really good by comparison. I also can't really complain because they finally, after all this time, brought back Cacturne in a Pokemon game on the Switch. So I actually get to use my favorite Pokemon on my team for once. Oh god. I chose a bad place to drop. I also love the customization. I love how in the new game your character isn't like your character doesn't really have like a gender. You just kind of make it based on how you want them to look, and that's basically it.
Yeah, I think that's really cool.
I never saw that.
Yeah, it's really cool. Okay, so we got that. These are healing kits apparently, so that's good to know. Oh.
You ever
Okay.
think of where John Paradise went? If anyone remembers from this goofy stream.
Well, it's my working theory that John Paradise is DB Cooper, and he probably just went wherever DB Cooper went after donating a large sum of money to my streams. I hope he's doing well, though. Because, my god, it's insane how much money a single person can donate to me! Hi! I really hate that thing. You know, that the friggin' like flashing stuff on the screen I think is both a good thing for this game and a bad thing. Because on one hand, it is pretty freaky when you're being chased and seeing that stuff, but on the other hand, it does get kind of annoying.
Yeah, it is not accessible for people who have like visual impairments or epilepsy.
Yeah, it's not accessible at all with that, and also it's just like you're taking my vision away constantly, so I can look at this random cutscene every now and then while I'm trying to play the game.
Yeah, it's not that good.
This game's interesting though.
It is
Time
interesting.
for all the amazing
Yeah.
good smiles.
Oh, thank you so much for the super chat, Bo Gaming. I appreciate it a lot. Okay, so now I've got the Holy Cross, and I'm stuck on a thing. Please. Okay. I can't shoot stuff while I'm. Wait, no, I can shoot stuff while I'm carrying this. What? Why wasn't I able to shoot stuff before? I love how that gets thrown in with like Gary's mod physics.
Yeah.
Like, that is just straight up source engine physics that thing gets chucked in with. I hate you a lot.
I'm so jealous because there's a theater in Texas that on November 3rd they're doing a 4K showing of Godzilla 1954.
Oh, fool. You have no idea how
He's-
pumped up I am to watch
bastard.
those movies.
Dude, you know the movie night that we're doing soon with like Vale and everything.
Yeah.
I pitched Shin Godzilla as one of those, but I didn't know whether I should do Shin Godzilla or 1954. I think I might change it to 1954 just because, while it's less of a horror movie, I would rather you see that one first.
Yeah, I mean, it's the original. It's a good starting point, right?
I'll be right back to go grab some food.
Alright. It's kind of funny you bring that up, too, because with that movie night we were doing, I was planning on pitching the original Evil Dead so I could have a reason to show that one to you.
That's so funny.
So we're both just sitting here like... You're just sitting here like, Zach's gotta see the original Godzilla. I'm just like, Lyra's gotta see Evil Dead. One track mind.
I mean, if it works, it works.
I'll just take any excuse I can get to make people watch Evil Dead. I am so obsessed with that series. To anyone in chat who doesn't know, Evil Dead is my favorite film series ever made. I forced my mods on my Discord server to watch all those movies one night, and we all had a great time, right guys? Right mods? We all had a great time? Right mods? Mods? Mods! You forced us, we forced you. Me being forced to watch Evil Dead is a contradicting statement. Average. You do not force me to watch anything. Okay, did I collect that lantern? I assume I did. What's the blue thing? What the hell's happening? Whoa! What the hell is happening? I'm so fast! Rolling around at the speed of sound. Okay, we're okay, I think. I can't tell. I don't know what's happening half the time in this game.
God, this is awful.
I once again apologize to all of my epileptic viewers. I did not know that this game was going to be such a flash warning. Which light do I fly towards? Ah, the demon's back! Oh, the spooky tree! No, I'm back at the bonfire! I was supposed to go the other way! Get away from me!
The one tree! The one tree is real.
The one tree is real! I hate how well that audio syncs up with that Bowser clip that you sent.
It's really good.
Oh my god, there's so many of them! Why are there so many? Why can't I hurt them?
Oh, also, stream shout out to Ordinarily Average, because Ordinarily Average just offered to get milk inside a bag of milk on Steam for me, which is really kind. Thank you.
That is so nice.
Yeah. Offered to gift it to me. That's very sweet.
Also, are we going to like talk about the nightmare fuel that was just on my screen just now?
Yeah, it's certainly something.
The visuals of these the visuals of those cutscenes where there's like a monster screaming on the screen, I really like it because it almost looks photorealistic, you know?
Yeah.
It's very it's obviously very distorted. I don't know how they accomplished the effect there, but like there's something really weird looking about it that I really like.
There's an odd smelly smell that smells smelly.
This has got me curious about what the actual full version of this game is like. The $1 version on Steam.
Imagine it's like 1,000 times better and it's like this legitimately well-rounded horror experience.
I like to be optimistic and assume that it could be that, but it's also I'm pretty sure on Steam it says 35% of all reviews are positive for it.
Okay, but I'd like to imagine that they recognize that and then afterwards, like now, you said they're making a sequel. If that's the case, they've probably been making that sequel since what, like 2014, 15, whatever.
Must have been working on for a while.
It's so funny because it's still not out from what I know. And so what if it's just like the best horror game ever?
I would love to see that, honestly.
It's really funny if you imagine dumb reasons for him to be screaming. I'm personally imagining
so
aging McDonald's customer who ordered no pickle.
You know, yeah, that's accurate. Like, that's accurate to working retail, though. Like, actually, if somebody just, like, screaming at you like that because you put a pickle on when they forgot it. As someone who worked retail before, that's very accurate to what customers are usually like. Oh my god, please! Is this... Did I put this out? Okay, it just goes out on its own. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm really... You got me really curious now, like, because I don't know how the full... Like, when the full version of this game came out, right? So, I wonder if the sequel has been, like... If it came out in, like, 2014 and the sequel's just been in the works for, like, 8 years, and it's gonna be, like, the magnum opus, or if it came out more, like, recently.
It would be so funny.
Either way, it could be a fun video to make, is... Looking at... Oh, why are you directly in my path?!
It was spooky jump scare.
Spooky jump scare? Five Nights at Freddy's jump scare? Also, what's chat's consensus here? Do I play this game until I eventually beat the demo, or do I eventually just move on to the next one after a certain point? Because like I don't know how close I've been getting in this to beating it. Because, like, this game isn't very clear on what my objective is. We got some people saying commit, some people saying move on. Well, I'm gonna play this game for quite a bit longer, because, you know, it's gonna be a pretty decently long stream. But yeah, if I end up getting too frustrated with it, or it just doesn't make sense to me after a while, I will just eventually move on to the next game, because I would like you guys to see the other games I have on this. Because out of all the games we're playing tonight, this one's the most normal. And I feel like that says a lot. Yeah, that says a lot.
There's so many games on my Steam that I haven't touched in, like, legitimate years. It's so bad.
Oh my god, me too, though. I have so many games on my Steam that I just never touched before.
I saw someone recommend you do a poll on if you stay on or not.
Yeah, you know, whenever we get further into the game, or, you know, I'm playing it for long enough, I'll eventually do a poll to see if people want me to move on from it, or if they want me to keep playing. Let's see. So there was an objective over here. That does get me curious, though, because, like, if nobody's covered the actual full version of this game, that has me really curious on, like, if there's any untapped potential there, you know? Because whenever I check, the game has 89 reviews on Steam in total. That's tiny for when it probably came out. And if nobody's covered it, that could be interesting. I mean, even if the game ends up being terrible, that could be interesting.
Yeah.
You could play through it and, like, record it, and if you don't end up, like, feeling like it's worth it, then you don't have to do anything with it.
Yeah, that's a smart idea. Oh, are you directly in my path again?
Like you said before, the game is $1, so if anything, you're wasting $1.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe a potential seizure, but that's a side note.
I don't have epilepsy, I'm fine. Okay, where's my next objective? It's over there.
You know how old and soggy my Steam account is? I still have FNAF World on there.
Look for a walkthrough and pretend you're playing it.
Look for a walkthrough and pretend you're playing it? I'm not that low. I'm better than that. Wait, did you buy FNAF World whenever it released on Steam?
Yeah.
Huh. I only ever got it whenever it went to Game Jolt for free.
I just assumed that it was never going to be free, because that's normally not something that happens with games.
Scott Coffin embarrassed by the game so much he made it free for everyone.
I never got my refund for FNAF World, by the way. It's really funny.
Wait, you never did?
No, I bought it and I wasted my money on it, and now it's free and it's just sitting on my Steam
Maybe there's a
account.
reason nobody covers it. What if it's like the ring and you die in 7 days?
It's really funny.
Anyway,
I also my account is also so soggy that I have layers of fear on there.
oh my god. I remember playing Layers of Fear on the Xbox. Also, yeah, you know, if the game ends up, if the full version of this game ends up being cursed and, like, you know, I die in a week after I, you know, try to play it. Oh, I'm dead again.
I would just quit at this point.
I'll give it a couple more tries.
Okay.
Yeah,
Wait, is Layers of Fear that game about like painting or something, or like a painter?
yes,
Yeah.
yes it is.
I remember we were all on like it was on like Skype or on like Discord, I forget. But we were all like getting through the game, and there was like secret files or something, and we were all going through that.
Secret.
Am I remembering correct?
No, we were playing it on the Xbox at Patrick's house.
What was? I remember there was a game we were like going through like actual files on the computer.
Oh, I know what
must
game
be-
you're talking about, but I don't remember the name. It was like a pixelated 3D horror game, and the whole thing with
Yeah.
it was that every single person who downloaded the game, the actual file they downloaded was different from other people's. So the only way to truly beat the game was to collaborate with other people who downloaded the game to share each other's files to finish the game.
Right. I forget if we ever actually finished that or not.
We didn't, because I realized that I couldn't beat it alone, and, you know, at the time, I was just playing these games for fun. I wasn't making, like, content on them, so I didn't want to commit that hard to a game.
I remember that one being interesting.
Yeah, it's anyone in the chat who's, like, freaking out about it. No, it wasn't I'm Scared. It wasn't I'm Scared, guys. You can beat I'm Scared normally. No, this was like a game on, like, Game Jolt. And you could download it, and the whole thing was that your like game you would download was an incomplete version of a full game, and you would have to go to other people, and they would give you files that when you put those files in the game folder, it would add new locations to the map and like ways to get out of rooms and whatnot. Mirror Layers, that's the game. It was called Mirror Layers.
Yes.
Mirror Layers. That's the game I was talking about. Thank you, whoever in the chat who said that. That was the name of it.
That sounds sick.
It was really
Here, I'm
cool. Really good game, too. I just never finished it because I didn't have the attention span at the time.
It's on Steam.
Oh, it's on Steam.
$8 on Steam.
Cool.
It's on sale.
Oh, right, because it's the Halloween sale today.
Right.
Also, to ordinarily average, I'm having a lot of trouble logging into my Steam for some reason on my Mac, just because it's chugging to a snail's pace over here. But
Send a picture.
I
In our
promise
Discord.
you, I will accept it. Thank you so much. I will play this as soon as physically possible.
Yeah, that was very, very nice of you, Average. Also, no, it was, I saw your super chat. Yeah, we figured it was Mirror Layers, but I appreciate the super chat a ton. Thank you so much.
That's like a core memory unlocked. I remember us all sitting there figuring this out.
Did I not pick
Or
up...
trying to.
Did I not pick up the freaking cross whenever I was at that... Oh, God. Yeah, I remember us sitting there trying to figure the game out, and we were all so confused by it. Great idea for a game.
You know what game that you and me should stream when it comes out?
Was that...
We should stream Paranormal Tales, the game I just retweeted today.
Yes! I saw that, your retweet of it was the first time I saw that game, but it looks really cool.
It just popped up in my feed today, and like, oh my god, for like a trailer for like an indie demo or whatever, it looks really good, and I cannot wait to like do a blind playthrough.
Yeah, to anyone in the chat who's never heard of it, y'all should definitely check out Paranormal Tales. Lyra was retweeting it today on Twitter. They have an official account on there where you can like see like a trailer and everything. It looks like really good for the follower count it has.
Yeah, it's inspired by the Blair Witch Project and PT, and it's like a game where you're physically playing with like a body cam and it looks super realistic and has all of this like super subtle camera movement.
And
You're somebody who lost your dog and you're like looking for them in the woods and then paranormal shit happens.
That sounds really interesting.
Yeah, I cannot stress enough. I know Unreal 5 is a great engine and looks fantastic normally, but even for Unreal 5, the sheer fidelity of it is just insane.
It looks extremely impressive, especially for like how much attention it is, or I guess I should say isn't getting. Like, it deserves way more.
Yeah, take a look at that.
I was the second person ever to join their Discord server.
Oh hell yeah!
And then the first person was my good team member, Nate Mercury.
Howdy, fellow horror enthusiasts.
Which, by the way,
I
remember Mercury is like one of the
Try
first
once
people
and
who's
couldn't
ever
get 5
reached out
minutes
to
and
me
lol.
wanting to join your, and was like, hey, I'm a lighting artist and texture person. I was like, okay, and I was like, can I see some of your work? And they sent me an example of their lighting, and my mouth just like, my jaw was on the floor. It was so funny. Their lighting work is insane, and I really thought that it was like a lot of post effects and compositing and all of this stuff that they'd probably done after they'd rendered, but then they were like, oh no, this is what Blender spat out. I just know how to use Blender really well. And I was like, what is wrong with you? You're inhuman.
My god.
How do you make lighting like this in Blender? Like, Blender is not bad with lighting, but I certainly didn't consider that the effects that it could create were that good.
That's nuts.
Also, I just checked out that game on your Twitter, Lyra. That looks really good.
Right? I seriously don't know why it's not getting that much attention.
Also, we got a...
So does Twitter have a dark mode?
Yes.
I'm new to Twitter.
Yeah, I should put Felton in the description so everyone goes and follows his Twitter. Also, by the way, we got a super chat earlier that I missed. Somebody was asking us if we've ever tried playing VR horror games.
That's really funny that you mentioned that.
Yeah, really funny that gets brought up.
Me and Cast were on a call the other day, and I kept trying to play Silent Hill PT in VR, but every time VR would work, my internet would crash, and every time my internet worked, PT would crash.
Oh.
Eventually, too, by the time we finally got it working, it was just so disorienting that you eventually just had to stop.
Holy Trinity, if you've never heard
Yeah,
of
I was like
it's pixel style
legitimately
game
nauseous. I was
inspired
like,
by
yeah,
the
no, I
Satanic
can't
Penny
do it.
Smile. It's on Steam.
I think I might
Yeah,
actually
I
have that
found
game on my wish list. The one Shadow Fox. I think I actually have it on my wish list. I was tempted to try
Where
it.
it's baked into the map.
Sorry, wait.
I'll figure out Twitter later. I made it yesterday, so
Sounds
I'm
similar
very
to what
new.
Valve does for lighting, where it's baked into the map. Yeah. Thank you everyone for the super chats, by the way, so far. I got kind of disoriented because I was distracted by super chats and people talking, so I forgot where I was going.
I honestly don't know how you keep track of where you're going in this game.
Yeah, it's the only way I could figure out where I'm going is the lights. Without the lights, I would have just been lost forever because there's so much fog. I don't even know how I win. Sometimes I've just randomly died. I think it's because I'm not keeping track of my health.
How do you keep track of health?
You take damage, and if you take too much, you die, and there's no health bar or any indicator of what's too much damage.
What do those jump scares count as damage, or is it just like disorienting?
I think it's just to disorient you. The higher your FOV, the less health you have? What kind of game does that as a health system?
It's a strange mechanic.
The higher your FOV, the lower your what?
That's...
Oh, and I'm about to die. Because the game disorients you with the flashing lights, and next thing you know, your face is against a rock. And how are you supposed to know that the rock was there? Because there was flashing images on your screen. Seriously, who the
So
hell...
you should do that poll.
Like, so if I'm playing on Quake Pro, I'm about to die. I'm gonna do one more attempt at this, chat, and then I'm probably just gonna move on to the next game on my list. Do one more attempt at this. Try it. Get one last good attempt. If I die right at the start, I'll do another one. Okay, like, what? Seriously though, I'm still thinking about the fact that your FOV increases to show your health going down. Like, what?
I never even noticed.
I just thought my FOV was going up as a way of showing my speed increasing, because how are you supposed to, like, guess that that's your health?
It's a very random mechanic.
Okay, where is... There we go. This, to anyone in the chat who's asking what game this is Vapor. It is a old horror game from 2013, and the first game I remember really liking from my childhood of watching horror YouTubers. You know, I can still see why the 2013 baby boy version of myself liked this game. It's nothing crazy nowadays, but you know, like, this isn't that bad.
Yeah.
I'm assuming I really enjoyed Markiplier screaming at it, because I'm assuming Markiplier screamed his lungs out playing this. 2013
As he
Markiplier.
do. As he is prone to.
As he is very prone to.
Nope.
Oh, I'm stuck against a
No
tree.
one's ever covered the entire game because they couldn't stand the demo.
I mean, Markiplier has multiple episodes on just this demo alone, and the title is like phenomenal horror game. Oh, did I just die again?
Remember, were our standards really that high back then? It couldn't have been. I mean, we had Silent Hill 2.
Yeah, but I mean, like, this was back when, like, indie horror and, like, computer horror games were being, like, PC horror games were being streamed and played, right? So, like,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of Let's Players would have been comparing this game to other PC horror games of the type, and at the time, like, 2013, most of the games you would have been seeing that would have been, like, Slender clones.
That is true.
Which, like, in a
Also,
weird way, this is kind of a Slender clone.
In a sense, yeah.
Because you're running around collecting things. Of course, it's got, like, a first-person shooter aspect to it. But, like, you've also got this enemy chasing you around that, like, flashes stuff on your screen, and if it gets too close, then you just instantly die, and you see, like, that ooh, spooky face. It's got Slender-esque elements, but I wouldn't call it, like, exactly a Slender clone.
No.
Now, like, back then, we had, like, Slender, Amnesia. What were other, like, big games pre-FNAF? Like, big horror games that everyone Let's Played.
I'm scared. That was one.
I'm Scared, yes, that was a big one. And that game is still amazing.
Let's see.
I remember a lot of people played 7 Days. There was a lot of pixelated horror games of that type.
That was, yeah, there's, before Slender, the 8 Pages, there's the original Slender that was a pixelated horror.
Yes, yes.
There's also, Yume Nikki 3D, which is like more like 2.5D, kind of. It was I'm trying to think. Oh, Scary Maze game. You know, there's that.
Oh, good old Scary Maze game.
And then, if I'm not mistaken,
Is there an actual story to this
Containment
game, or are
Breach
you just dropped in with no
pre-
instruction? I'm actually confused about what's going
See
on.
someone in chat saying Outlast and Evil Within.
Oh
Maybe.
yes, I forgot that those games were Wait, wasn't Evil Within 2014?
No, Outlast could not have been pre-Slender. That does not make sense.
Here,
I feel
I'll do it.
so-
I'll do it.
I
would feel so old.
was just asked by the way in a super chat if you were just dropped into this game with no instruction or you know, there's a story. I don't know what the story is, but yeah, I was just dropped into this game and given essentially no instructions on how to play it. I'm just randomly getting hurt by things. Oh, my FOV is super high, so I must be dead soon.
Also, Outlast came out September 4th, 2013.
No, that's not right. That is not right.
Outlast Whistleblower came out 2014. Amnesia: The Dark Descent came out 2010. Outlast 2 came out April 2017.
Also, we're gonna swap over to the next game because, yeah, I am thoroughly sick of this now.
You should make a video about mirror layers.
That would be
Oh
interesting.
my god, there's Pokemon creepy ROM hacks like Pokemon Creepy Black or God, I'm trying to think what were some of the other ones. Like Pokemon Strangled Red, I think there was a ROM hack of that one.
Oh, there's Lost Silver.
Oh yeah, that one. Yes, okay, I was thinking. It's like, what was the popular one? It's like, yes, Lost Silver, my beloved. Dude, the Friday Night Funkin' community ruined Lost Silver for me. Thanks, guys.
They ruined a lot of creepypasta stuff for me.
They couldn't ruin Sonic.exe because Sonic.exe was already shit, let's face it.
Yeah, Sonic.exe was always bad. Sorry to any Sonic.exe fans in the chat, but, yeah. Alright, let me see if this game... no, it is not capturing properly. Why would it be? Just a second here. Alright, let's see if this wants to... There we go! We're gonna start streaming this to you guys on Discord again. Oh wait, you guys can already see it. Right, I forgot I was streaming. So, here we have the next game, chat! Insert title here, an experimental game. This is the game on high graphics quality, by the way.
FNF's Lost Silver is just the man I'm dead vine.
Amazing.
Yeah, it really is. I don't pay too much attention to the... Oh, hey, look, Clyde's bouncing up and down again. Somehow swapping over to this game fixed Clyde. Oh, we got another super chat. Hello.
What is the best Power Ranger generation for you?
Best Power Rangers generation. Oh, I'm so happy you asked this, because, I don't even think you... Well, actually, maybe you did know I was a Power Rangers fan, but it was funny. I was telling Lyra the other night that, like, I actually have this obsession with the Power Rangers. That was somewhere in our massive, like, multi-hour Godzilla conversation we had. No, like, I'm a huge fan of Power Rangers, and I am not afraid to admit it. For me, I was always... Dino Thunder was always my favorite generation of the Power Rangers. However, I also have a really strong spot, a really strong soft spot for the original, just because Lord Zed is my absolute favorite character from that series. I love him so much. But, yeah, so next game, we have insert title here. This was a game I watched a lot of people play. I watched Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, Markiplier, and for some reason, this was probably my favorite horror game ever before FNAF came out. So keep that in mind while I'm playing this, that if FNAF wasn't a thing, this would have been my, like, big horror game. So, keep that in mind. Oh, I just clicked off the game by mistake.
Seeing a lot of Dino Thunder fans in the chat.
That's good. We have a lot of cultured people here.
Welcome to the experiment. You may
remember
not be
having you over at my
accustomed to
house
what you're
watching
about
Dino
to see.
Thunder.
Feel calm and explore.
See, this is nice. This is nice. Hello, welcome to the experiment. This is an experiment to see the reactions of hundreds and hundreds of people on moral, psychological, or absurd issues. Subject
Okay.
number 1. I'm the first subject.
Huh.
To play this game correctly, you will need a game recorder and a microphone. Oh. Does this game actually...
Oh.
Does this game actually keep track of them? I see so many people in chat, by the way, saying Dino Thunder's base, and you're all the best. Dino Thunder is the best season of Power Rangers, and I will not fight anyone. I will fight people on that claim. I will, actually. Yeah, you... Challenge me. Enjoy this experimental thing. I call it a thing because I'm not sure if this is a game. Whatever. So, it said that you need a microphone and a game recorder. Does the game actually do meta stuff that I'm unaware of? Because I don't remember anything from this game except for it having a weird meta aspect to it. Hello.
Rip timeline where F and AF, and Peace Sure by consequence probably, wasn't around.
Yeah, rip the timeline where FNAF wasn't made and I was a insert title here YouTuber. Jump, don't worry, you're not gonna break any bone. The game, that's the game logic. Okay, we. Also, I can't completely look up or down.
Oh.
Did you scream something like, we? Oh, what the hell? That's not right. That is not right. I do not like that. I don't like that at all, chat.
This is interesting. I want to see more of this already.
Is this game gonna constantly try to read me or something? Is this game gonna constantly try and predict what I did while playing it? Not sure you can return back except restarting the game. Because I swear if this game starts like predicting everything I'm gonna do, I'm actually gonna be in for a good ride. Because that's... Oh. Oh. Yeah, this game is definitely a product of its time. Wow. I know what you're thinking right now. What the hell am I playing, and why are posters insulting me? Well, I told you that this is an experiment, and I'm not sure if this is a game. Let's call it a weird thing. The experiment will study your reactions. That's why we need your voice. Okay.
Oh.
Let's proceed with something. With you. Oh, boy. Yeah, apologies, chat, for,
Oh wow, how dare
that.
they?
Wow. Where's the middle door? Where's...
Yeah, where's the middle door?
Where's
Come
the
on.
middle door, guys? Where's the middle door?
Make a middle door. Now you gotta make a middle door. Just walk through the wall.
Alright, middle door time. Or let's go into the mail door. Hello, boy. Maybe you're a girl and saw that you can play... that to play this game you had to be a boy and now you're lying to... Wait, does the girl tunnel not lead anywhere? Sorry, but you have to be a male to play this game. You know, these sexist jokes and more. What? I don't care.
Huh?
I'm a female and I want to play this... Okay, game. This game has a very special sense of humor. Lying is
I'm very
bad.
Special.
Surely turn back to see that I was right. Am I wrong? Maybe, yeah. I don't like the way this game's reading me like that, though. It just told, like... Oh, what the hell?
Oh.
This room is creepy, isn't it? Well, that elevator music on the background doesn't
Have
fit
you
with this
played
room.
Metroid Dread?
I haven't played Metroid Dread, but I want to so badly. Super Metroid is one of my favorite games ever made, and I really got to play Dread. I just have been playing everything else but it. Metroid's such a good series. Tip, left click on the door to open it. I will fix that later, let's change the room.
Do you like? This is the drug
What-
room.
what-
Trippy as hell.
I just skipped a room because I just double clicked. Welcome to the drug room, trippy as hell. Okay, now you can get out before you have a brain attack or something like that. I like this room.
Of course you like this room.
This room's
It
nice.
looks like humanity.
It's a good room. Good room.
As you can see, this experiment is full of
You're
mini
gonna move out
rooms.
and you're gonna
You will
paint
like
your room
ones
like
more
that.
than others.
Apparently. As you can see, this experiment full of many rooms. You will like some rooms. Yeah, it's just what he said when I came in.
Take your time to read, don't worry.
Let's talk about the game. Insert title here. Do you like that name? Well, that's not even a name. No name better than a stupid name, right? I let you decide a name for this game. That's pretty original, isn't? A game without a name that you can decide. Yeah. It's time to interact. Let's talk about me. I'm just text. That's all. Maybe you already hate me. Well, I'm not the typical boring narrator. I can insult you. I'm sure you're getting bored with those texts. It's time to interact. Well, here begins the real experiment. See you there. Okay.
Choose one of the following elevators. Each one of them will take you to a different game genre.
Alright. We all know which door I'm picking, right? We all know which one I'm picking.
Yeah.
Platformer game! No, we're going in the horror one. Whoa.
So dark.
I love the generic royalty-free horror ambience. Oh, spooky sounds. Ooh.
Why do I feel like you're gonna get a text jump scare?
Text jumps. Gotta walk around a course. Boo. Ooh, spooky.
A sign falls down just reading boo.
Ooh, spooky. Spooky's jump scare mansion vibes.
No way, the spooky.
Wait, isn't this a Half-Life character?
Yeah, that is.
Huh. Well, this is interesting. Yeah, Half-Life 2 Stalker, what the... Okay, wait, I can see through the wall slightly. Oh, that's so weird, I can see, like, outside the game's borders when I put my head up to the wall.
What was supposed to happen there?
I don't know,
Just a jump.
I think he was just supposed to be scary looking. Ooh, they're spooky. I hope you guys aren't too scared right now in chat.
Got me shivering in my timbers.
Shivering Dalton's timbers. Come on, game.
That Half-Life stalker really got to me.
Oh! Oh, I don't like... What the hell's going on with you?
Ooh.
Getting stabbed in the back of the head or something.
Oh, I can't... There's actually an invisible wall right here.
Oh.
I love I checked chat for a second. I see someone say I'm shaking in my pee puddle. What's this? Oh, an invisible wall. I can't go past that either. One of the doors is the correct.
Ah, a sign.
Blue,
Is it gonna be pink?
red. Alright, what's our favorite color here out of us three? Blue or red?
Well, funny enough, I'm a fan of purple. So once again, the middle door.
No,
I'll do.
out of the two.
I'll do red.
You'll do red, Dalton?
Yeah, red.
Okay, red it is.
Back to normal. Isn't that lovely? Please, click the button to continue.
I know it was short, but don't worry, okay? Alright, click the button time.
Oh,
Do you like being observed? Yeah, it's kind of what I'm being paid to do. I feel like the creator of this game just had a lot of assets lying around from different games. It was like, yeah, I can make something with this.
it seems very like Gmod.
Choose
Like, I
the
heard
blue
someone say
pill or
that
the red
earlier.
pill. Your decision will influence your way in the game. Choose well.
Are we still going red?
Red all the way.
Wait, what was it in the Matrix?
Yeah.
What did each of them... which one was... Because I know in the Matrix there was one pill where it was like, what was it? Like the one pill kept you in the Matrix and one woke you up.
I think
Well, red pill is based. That makes you awake.
Okay.
I think.
I had the wrong
I think that's what it is.
Okay, we'll go with the red pill.
I was kidding. This is not Matrix. It's just a weird experiment. Please, continue.
Psychological questions.
What would you do if you win $1 million instantly?
Alright, $1 million instantly. Everything for me and my family. Donate to charity. Oh no. Chat's gonna find out the secrets of me and my moral compass through this 2013 horror game. What am I doing? Am I donating to charity or everything for me and my oh, hello, super chat.
Have you heard of that? It's a spooky game I beat recently. It's got really good art, and I think horror Pikmin is a good descriptor for it.
Oh, that sounds interesting. I'll have to check that out. That sounds cool. Thank you for the super chat. Alright, so am I donating all $1 million to, like, I'm assuming it's all $1 million I'm using for one of these things, right? Because if it's that case,
Yeah.
I am using it for me and my family, you know? It's gonna sound like the more selfish decision, but all of that money...
What would you
like-
do if your best friend in the world is about to be killed?
Oh, no. Oh, God.
Wait, what does it say?
I either say, okay, like, it says my best friend's dying, and I have to either leave them or sacrifice myself. Here's the thing, though, is that they're in the call with me, currently.
What's the answer, Zach?
So, whatever I say, Dalton knows whether I'm leaving him to die or not. So,
I love how you were joking about the fact that, ooh, the 2013 game's gonna expose me, and then it actually, like...
actually calls me
posed this
out.
question. Yeah.
So, God. Okay.
What door is it, Zach?
Uh,
What door is it?
okay, you know what? Okay, you know what? This'll influence my answer here, Dalton. Which one would you pick?
Yellow.
Yellow? Okay. Me too.
In this room we process all your actions and decisions, all your movements and thoughts, and we find a conclusion. Data have tested positive, giving it a positive opinion about you. It qualifies you as a good person. Proceed to the end of the room to leave the experiment. A pleasure to have had you as first subject.
Yeah, you see, my thought process with that, Dalton, was that I'm not going to sacrifice myself for someone who isn't going to do it for me too.
You know, that's a fair answer.
Also, the texture on this thing is horrible.
Oh.
Rip Dalton, I need horror content /J.
Rip Dalton, I need horror content. Oh, come on,
I hope
guys!
you enjoyed the experience. Until another time.
Dramatic reenactment of me falling off a cliff.
Okay, so, I can either leave, or I can go through this authorized personnel door.
Well, are you authorized personnel?
Sure, I am now.
You don't have
You
permission
do
to be
have a
here.
camera.
Immediately
That's
leave.
authorization enough.
Oh, I don't have permission to be here. Ooh.
Man, I hate the WebP
Get out.
image format
Subject
so
1.
much.
I
God,
order
me
you
too.
Using server
immediately.
textures as
Can
an
images stop being WebP format? Thank you.
Glitching server textures. Don't you hate it when your server textures IRL start glitching out? Also, thank you for the super chat. See, victim subjects. Insert title here, Mortal Experiment. Day 1, subject Ian. Day 2, subject Susan. Day 3, Kevin, Felix, Mary, Carla, Chris.
Didn't it say you were subject 1?
It did say I was subject 1. Possible deaths.
We're getting
Insert
the
title.
juicy lore.
Fall from the fake exit. People died from the fall on the fake exit. Being eaten by monsters. Starved to die. Brain attack. Tortured by your mind. Suicide. Subject 1's most possible death falling. Approximate annihilation in 3 months. 8.542 people. Approximate annihilation in 1 year. 102 people. Rooms for Subject 1. Start room, epilepsy room, trippy room, narrator room, explication room, elevator room, psychological platform or horror room, camera room, pill room, just kidding room, what would you do room, exit, attendant to prepare to the trap to kill him, Tom Budges. That bastard. Subject 1, Ian. Oh, my name's Ian. Patient, innocent, curious, weak. Male, didn't cheat. Age 25. Date of birth 25th. Mental status stable.
They're
Get
making a
out.
lot of assumptions.
Now,
They really
I'm
are.
ordering you. You can't be here.
Uh-oh. I pissed off the crappy textures on the wall. Ow, my ears! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh! This is so loud. This isn't even scary. This is just annoying. Ow, my ears! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh! Oh god, make it stop! Oh, thank god that's over. Jeez. Oh my god.
I turn on the audio from stream for just a second to see what happened. Jesus.
That was the. I am sorry to anyone who had to listen to that. That was horrible. Oh.
Just the chat. My ears.
Car.
God damn.
Car.
Har 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 har. Har 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 har.
WTF jump scare so long it literally had a part 2.
You're right. You're right. That was a two-phase jump scare. Jump scare part 2. Oh, car. Oh, I can
The
drive.
double team, dude.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, I had to load it in there.
Oh, what is with the head movement in this?
I went over to YouTube.
Subscribe to Pastor. Type that in real quick.
The game's frozen now. Is this just... Is that just it? That's... I can't interact with the game anymore, so I guess it's just over now.
Yeah.
So, that was the second game on our list. Insert title here. That's legitimately the end, I think. Oh my god.
Well, I wonder if it's different if you pick different answers.
I don't think we're.
I don't know.
don't think
I don't want to find out.
So,
It's the jump scare room again.
oh, we got a super chat. Hello.
I'm sorry. Disembodied voice plaza forgive. Ear bleed.
I'm so sorry to anyone who had to endure those loud-ass jump scares that broke the sound barrier. I was not ready for that. Yeah, so that's the second game on our list. General consensus, the meta stuff it did at the start, where it was like, I bet you said we when you fell down that hole. Or like, I bet you did a double take to see if girls were allowed to play the game. That meta stuff that actually predicted what the player did, that was pretty neat. But other than that, it was just kind of walking in random source engine looking rooms, and eventually loud sounds started happening. So, yeah, this game is as good as little Zach remembers.
I was gonna say, it would be cool to see that like in a newer game, but I think there is something like that where you're like sitting at a computer, and you get a pop up that says like, "Are you alone?" and you click yes, and it's like, "Are you sure?" and then you hear the door behind you shut or something like that.
Yeah, I think what was the name of that game? It was like something. It was like the something test.
Yeah.
I don't think he's thinking of the Stanley Parable.
Maybe.
It was like the Watson-Scott test or something like that. Yeah, the Watson-Scott test. Yeah, people in chat are confirming. I think it was that game. That game sounds like it fits the description. And I'm just waiting. I'm trying to get this game to close right now. I might have to open up my task manager. Oh, never mind. It closed eventually. So yeah, that was insert title here. That was not the weirdest game we're going to be playing tonight, though, folks. So I hope you're ready for this next one. Because I don't... This is the one I really don't know what to expect from. Because I remember actually nothing from this one. Oh, we got a super chat.
I feel like the creator of this wanted to make an actual game, then gave up halfway and started adding stuff for the fun.
Yeah, I think you're right, Sophie. I think insert title here started as some kind of genuine game that somebody wanted to make, but then they just kind of started throwing random stuff into it to try and make like jokes and whatnot. Because there's a lot of source engine stuff that was like just straight up put in there for the hell of it. And here we go. Hello, welcome to Pizza Delivery, everyone. This is the freaking like Spider-Man 2 like pizza delivery music. Just...
Wait, is that actually what's playing? Oh no, it's not.
No, it's not. I'm just saying it would be funny if it was.
I can't hear the sound from the game, so for a second I actually questioned it. I was like, are they actually? So,
chat, this is the final game of the stream tonight. Pizza Delivery. Pizza Delivery, I remember essentially nothing from. The only thing I remember about this game, whenever I was a kid, is that I really, really liked it, and that some spooky stuff happens in a house. That is it. That is the extent of my knowledge. This game is the oldest one, I believe, out of all the games I'm playing tonight. And it is, at least from the idea, I assume it's the strangest. So, we are going to experience this together. Oh god, the sound when you're... See the controls. WSD to move. Interaction is automatic. Okay. So you made this. I cannot say these names. Inspired by the Pizza Tamil movie. Do you guys know what that movie is?
I have no clue.
So I sadly have to get going.
Okay.
But I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the stream. I hope that this game ends up being a lot of fun.
I hope so too.
And I might be on the stream tomorrow. We'll see.
Alrighty. I'll
Alright.
see you later.
See you later. Bye.
Bye. So, one thing that has me very, confused here when looking at the credits is that there's somebody credited as being, as the suicide note, 11 Linda, free sound.
What?
Also, Green Machine, I would love to have a Clyde plush someday. No idea when I'd go about getting it, though.
Pizza Hut, the horror
Pizza
game.
Hut, the horror game. We're gonna get real spooked at Pizza Hut here, guys. So, yeah, these are the people behind it. I've never heard of the Pizza Tamil movie. We're just gonna hop right into it. Oh, Super Chat, right after Super Chat.
Mom, I want Fazbear pizza. Mother, we have Fazbear pizza at home. Fazbear pizza at home.
Watch this be better than Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Watch this be, like, some unspoken gem on the internet. Oh my god, we're getting so many Super Chats at once.
Ow, those menu sounds hurt.
Yeah, these menu sounds are kind of terrible. Yeah, let's just jump right into it. Play. It's late. You have reached the last house on the delivery list. Deliver the pizza quickly and return home. Warning, this game is suitable only for gamers of 15 years and above. Please quit this game if you are suffering from heart diseases. If you are frightened or offended by darkness, disturbing graphics, and loud sounds, do not play this game. Now, Lyra, I know you're very personally offended by darkness,
Yeah,
So
I
maybe,
really hate it, man.
yeah, maybe this won't be the game for you. You may get offended. This is This is gonna be interesting. Oh, oh boy. Inspired from Pizza the Tamil movie, Pizza Delivery.
OMG OG games on display tonight.
Tell me
Shut
why
down
this looks
memory
like
lane. Love your content.
Roblox.
Thank you, Cajun gamers. I appreciate that a lot. Also, yeah, this really does look like Roblox, doesn't it? You know what the funny thing is, though? Like, everything I'm looking at in this game is something that, like, with my 1 month of college experience before I dropped out, that I could probably make now. Like, I could make the visuals of this game. But I don't know, there's always been something so charming about games that look like this to me.
Our character has like a limp, or
he just, like...
or somebody like kicked them in the balls really hard.
Light enjoyers molding art.
Oh my god, the pizza.
They are mauling right now. It was, wait, Som E Random. Oh.
Pasta, thank you for introducing me to the Upturned.
Oh, no problem. I'm glad that the Upturn was able to get any form of attention because of me. I really love Zeeker's stuff, and I'm happy that I was able to spread it around. Zeeker's deserves all the attention he can get from it. So we've got... You know, it's funny that I had pizza right before we were streaming this game.
Yeah.
Am I able to see inside the house? This really does look like a Roblox game, doesn't it?
I have to leave stream. I find darkness offensive, whatever that means. Smile.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Red Animations. I didn't mean to offend you by having darkness appear in game. Hello?
Like, dude,
Who is it?
PT is a cakewalk compared to this. This is so scary.
Oh, I'm upstairs. Please come on in.
Oh my, this is our PT moment, man.
This is our PT moment. Imagine this in VR. Oh, the door disappeared for a second.
Oh my god, oh my, is that Layers of Fear? Funny image?
That's the friggin' painting of Kronos.
Guy, I think
Like,
I remember Markiplier, Beauty
the silly joke is because they actually did use this painting in Layers of Fear. They like shamelessly took the image and just put it there.
Wait, really? Layers of Fear just straight up used this, like, old painting?
Yeah.
Did you remember to bring the drink
Almost
with that
every
pizza?
single painting you see in Layers of Fear is just stolen from another artist and like not given credit whatsoever.
Really? I had no idea about that.
They're all just like old Renaissance paintings. It's fucking awful.
Huh. Also, we got a couple super chats here. I think I remember Markiplier PewDiePie playing this, and it gets really weird. That's all I remember, too. And, did you remember bringing the drink with the pizza? I don't think I did. I didn't realize that the Layers of Fear just straight up used other art. I thought all the art was for that game.
Ayo, pizza here.
No, not
Hey, yo,
remotely.
pizza.
In fact, I think very, very few art assets in the game are actually made for the game. And the ones that are have been proven to be like traced off of other shit.
Huh.
It's a little bit sussy. Can you see why I have my concerns about Bloober Team directing fucking Silent Hill 2?
Yeah, I see what you mean now, yeah.
They're notorious. I don't know if you've ever heard of or played the media, but
Is it spooky time?
now we're
This
having
is the
our
second
PT
go around
moment.
for this game, if I'm not mistaken.
Damn.
Like of you two.
The Medium is a game, and Layers of Fear as well. They're both notorious for tackling mental health, which would seem perfect for a team
I
that's
bought
meant
the
to direct
Upturned and I was
like
not
a
able to jump.
remake of Silent Hill 2. The problem therein lies about the fact that they tackled mental health horribly every single time they did it. Like, you come out of the Medium with, oh god,
Ma'am, what'd you put on your door? Ma'am! Whoa, we got a big donation, what?
Jumping by again. Hope you both are doing
oh my
well.
god, what?
Best of Spooks and Pumpkin Carvings of Minor Punk.
$100 donation from Stranger011105. Oh my god, thank you.
Jeez.
What kind of pizza delivery driver stays out this late, Will?
Oh, thank you.
It's a good question. I don't know what kind of pizza delivery driver does this. Man, I am losing my mind.
So, fun fact, both Layers of Fear and The Medium both have messages, like thematic messaging in the game that's basically meant to say, if you are somebody who has extreme mental health issues, trauma, or a mental disability, there's just no helping you. There's no helping you, there's no saving you. The Medium at the end of the game literally pulls a "you should kill yourself now."
Oh.
Like, it basically, like, the main character has, they basically have a metaphor to where one of the characters is suffering so badly mentally that their anguish is manifesting
Have you seen the DVD
and are hurting other
Pokey
people,
crossover?
and for that to stop, she has to kill herself at the end of the game.
Oh my gosh.
It's really fucked up. It is. If I was in a really bad place and I played that game, I cannot imagine what it would do to me and my psyche as a human being. It is one of the worst messages about mental health I've ever seen in a game. He is fucked, dude.
Huh. No, here, just a sec. We got some super chats here. While I didn't want to interrupt you. As long as we're suggesting favorite horror game, may I suggest Golden Light, similar to It Steals, and I figured since you liked that one, ooh, I think that's another one I may have had on my wish list actually. Sounds really cool. Thank you. Have you seen the DBD PUBG crossover? What? There's no way that's real. There's no way. Yeah, the more I hear about Bloober Team's stuff, the more concerned I am about that Silent Hill 2 remake.
Especially because, like, when Bloober Team approaches mental health, it's with an approach of either apathy or straight up, like, what's the negative? Is apathy the only negative antonym of sympathy or empathy?
I believe it is.
I forgot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ma'am, she's not here.
But apathy just implies not caring about it that much, which, to be fair, Bloober Team, it doesn't seem like they do with the approach that they have. But it's more about the fact that they use the whole trope of, like, people with mental health issues being scary. It's like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, if you're suffering from a legitimately debilitating mental health issue, then you're crazy, you're insane, and you're scary, so we're gonna make you the monster of the game. And it's really scary that they're directing, Silent Hill 2, because that's a game that explicitly approaches mental health from an empathetic standpoint.
Yeah, it's literally the exact opposite storytelling.
Like, Silent Hill 2 is so empathetic about the way it tells its story that it gets you to connect with James Sunderland, who, I'm not going to say what he does in the story for anybody who hasn't played Silent Hill 2, but you learn by the end of the story, James Sunderland is fundamentally a terrible human being.
What was...
Oh.
I hate that this game made me jump the most just now. Wait, somebody says, Lyra, the word you're thinking of is antipathy? Antipathy?
Antipathy. You know, that sounds right. Contempt is another good one. Also, somebody said, technically, Silent Hill 2 does the same thing with Eddie and James.
Mommy, where are you? Mommy!
I don't think that's correct, but to explain that, I would have to spoil the game, and I really don't want to for the people that have not played the game, but I do not think that Silent Hill 2 is trying to say that James and Eddie deserve to die.
Am I the only one who cannot read what that word next to, like Leica, and then what's that word next to it?
Wait.
Like a what? Like a specifically piece of pizza? Like a
stretchy piece of pizza?
Oh, it's stretchy piece of pizza. Like a stretchy piece of pizza.
That's a horrible. As someone who suffers from mental illness, I find that awful. Also, it's real. You can play DBD and PUBG and Dwight got a skin.
It's real. You can play DBD and PUBG and Dwight got a skin. Okay, that's insane. Yeah, that is. What the fuck? What the hell? What even was that? Was that Gollum? Gollum, Lord of the Rings?
Oh, I went on the stream and I said that. Ugh.
What was that?
Wait, somebody said good luck on getting yours, Lyra. My what? My permit? If it's my permit, then thank you.
And every moment I spent with you has meant everything to me. But I can't do this anymore.
Random Phantomania says,
Zach,
fingers
I
crossed
love
they'll keep
you.
true to the story's core
And no one
values.
can change
Even if I
that.
know basically nothing about Silent Hill, even if I know basically nothing about it, I know that Silent Hill has high praise for a good reason. Yeah, it's,
Sorry.
a lot of people tend to bash early Silent Hill games because of their wonky voice acting. But I think what a lot of people don't understand is that it's not a product of the times or a bad team. It was an intentional choice on the end of the directorial staff to make sure that the characters felt off. Like they didn't quite feel like human beings. So they're all like oddly like janky and theatrical in their performances. I think a part of it is obviously due to it being a product of the times. What just happened to you?
I died. It told me to not move until I stopped hearing the heartbeat, and I pressed W for a second and dropped. Back to the start.
Interesting. All the way back to the start?
All the way back to the start. Let's go! More pizza delivery! Woo! What is that? Pizza delivery!
Oh yeah, now that we're actually talking about everything properly, I wanted to gauge your opinions on all the Silent Hill announcements we've got.
They all look pretty decent to me. Silent Hill 2, I know has like a lot of skepticism about it, but I still think it looks pretty decent for what we got so far. Silent Hill F looks the best to
Sorry
me
that I
though.
like a scrunkly piece of pizza just popped
I was
into my
just
brain
about
and
to
more
agree. I was like,
people
out
need
of
to
all of
know.
the projects that we've heard of, I think I'm the most excited for F because I don't know if you ever watched that video I sent it to you, and it's totally okay if you didn't. But the gist of it was a theory that has a lot of good basis that says Silent Hill F could innovate the format of Silent Hill games by covering generational trauma instead of just the trauma of one person, by covering the horrors of the atomic bomb in the aftermath of World War II on Japan. And a Silent Hill game based on post-war Japan is one of the most interesting concepts I've ever heard of.
That-
really hope that's the direction it's going.
I feel like there is like an unlimited amount of potential with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a sucker for post-war Japan stories. You know how much I love Godzilla 1950.
Yeah, sorry, just got jump scared
I
again.
saw that. Jesus.
And that's what the original Godzilla was all about, right?
Yeah.
Which, like, I was talking about this actually with some of my friends, that I always found it really funny. I know for a fact this was not intentional in the slightest, right? This is obviously just a coincidence, but I always found it really funny that the Japanese interpretation of Godzilla was made to sort of, you know, remind people of that fear of the atomic bomb, right? And,
Yeah.
But then when he got moved over to America, he became an anti-hero type of character that was actually the good guy of his movies.
Yep.
And that was something I always found really funny to think about. That is absolutely a coincidence, but it's still just an amusing thought. That Pan's like, look at him! The nuclear bomb! Terrifying! And then it goes over to America and it's like, yeah! Godzilla!
I do have to ruin it a bit for you.
He becomes the good guy in later stuff in the Japanese ones though, right?
Yeah, like about 3 movies in, I think is when that starts becoming a thing. He goes from being horrifying to like a goofy little scrunkly man, or in some movies he's an anti-hero, yada yada yada. So
Yeah, I imagined that would be the case, considering like that other night when we were talking for like friggin' hours about Godzilla stuff. Like I was looking into all the friggin' movies, and like my god, the watch list is huge.
Oh my
But,
god,
like,
imagine a
90% of them are just
Silent Hill
Godzilla
one
versus
that takes
X
place
character, and I'm like,
surrounding
okay, he's
something
probably
like
the good guy in these, I imagine.
yeah.
Imagine a Chernobyl-based Silent Hill, or one that takes place surrounding something like Vietnam. That would be terrifying.
I would love that kind of thing, because imagine what they could do with something like the elephant's foot. What kind of weird monster they could make out of that, or what sort of weird environment that they can make out of it. An irradiated wasteland, which is kind of what they're doing in F, but more subtle. I did want to say that, oh my Jesus Christ. At first, I was not interested whatsoever in Silent Hill Townfall, because the trailer shows you fucking nothing, and what it does show you is just kind of like pseudo reminiscent of PT, but the trailer just gives you like nothing to chew on. We don't know what type of game it's gonna be. We don't even know if it's gonna be like a proper Silent Hill game. So I was like, not showing any interest. But then I learned who is actually making it, and my oh, hello lady.
Did you see this whenever it happened the first time?
No.
Oh, get ready for this.
Zach, I love you.
Did she just
Wait.
say, Zach, I love you? Is the character that this game is named after, or like is like one of the important characters in this game named Zach? Because that's infinitely funnier if that's true.
Wait, dude. That model was the default like Nextbot model from Gmod.
Really?
I swear it had to have been.
Oh my god.
Voice acting, but
So,
they just used increased pitch.
The team that's working on Silent Hill Townfall is Annapurna, and I thought I recognized that name at first, and then I realized they're the people who made Stray. The fucking cat game.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, Silent Hill Townfall is being developed by the people who made Stray, oddly enough.
Oh, that's so cool.
So that has me way more interested now, because I'm like, well, Stray is apparently a really good game.
Yeah, I've only
So-
heard good things about Stray.
Yeah, I want to play it sometime. I've heard nothing but glowing reviews for that. So Silent Hill F and Silent Hill Townfall are looking to be my biggest excitements. I'm still over the moon about Silent Hill 2, but like cautiously optimistic because of the team that's making it. I think the thing that just gets me the most is I don't know if you've heard me talking about this, but I'm really offended by the fact that Bloober Team pulled the move of referencing PT within the trailer for Silent Hill 2.
Yes, I saw you complaining about that.
Because you gotta get the layers of irony here. PT, Layers of Fear was made to capitalize off of the cancellation of Silent Hills, and it's so bad that the ghost lady in Layers of Fear literally, like, she does the head twitches of Lisa, she's missing an eye, and when she jump scares you, she does the exact same thing of, like, lifting you up, snapping your neck, and then dropping you to the floor. It is like an exact copy-paste of Lisa.
What the hell?
And there's so many other things in Layers of Fear that are like that. And Layers of Fear is the only reason why Bloober Team got popular. And so it's Konami specifically hiring on a studio that got popular off of imitating Kojima's work, and then referencing it when Konami knows that they're the reason why Kojima never got to make Silent Hills. Do you see how scummy that is?
Yeah, that rubs me the wrong way. Also, did you see what just happened in this game?
Yeah, Goofy Out Baby just kind of like started zooming.
Little baby, just with her little arms out, just glided across the floor. Just, I will show you to him. This game is actually like I've had dreams that make more sense than this game.
Yeah.
No, yeah, I see what you mean though about like how that's kind of like twisted up like that, because you've got like these people tried to capitalize off of a game that was canceled, and now they're making an official game and they're referencing the thing, but like it's an official Konami title and Konami's the one who canceled it, like.
And to be fair, Bloober Team does not have a fraction of the directorial prowess or expertise that Kojima does.
No, what? What is that indeed? What the hell is that? Need to hide in the closet. Where's the closet? Oh, hi. Bye. Oh, he punched me.
He said, "Withered Bonnie, joy of creation."
We played Joy of Creation Reborn. What was that thing? What was that like Doom 64 asset that was walking at me? The pizza demon. It's like the friggin' it's like the bootleg version of the friggin', was it Specimen 11 from Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion, the food demon that flies at you with the fire between his horns? It was like the bootleg version of that, just ripped boy just coming at me, decks me. And we're back to the start. Yippee! God. Also, I got some super chats I completely missed because I was distracted by our conversation. Voice acting, but they just need to increase the pitch. Stray was so good and had some really great atmosphere. Was good at making you feel the same unfamiliarity and fear that Cat did. That's really cool. You gotta play Stray someday.
Yeah. If I were to pick any other team to work on a Silent Hill game besides Inferno, and obviously Kojima Productions, because fuck you, Konami, I would love the studio that worked on Little Nightmares. I think it's Tarsier Studios.
Yes!
To do their take on a Silent Hill game. I think that'd be really neat.
God, Little Nightmares is such a good game. I'd love to see something with their vision.
Yeah. I'd also love to see Hold on. Okay. I would love to see a Silent
Specimen
Hill
11
game
really let us
directed by Koji Shiraishi. He's a film director, and he worked on this found footage film that I absolutely adore. It's called Naroi, The Curse.
I had a dream
And
that Pastro
it is
was
a-
dirty to meat.
It's kind of like a mockumentary almost. Like it looks like a real documentary. And I think I remember, Zach, I showed you footage from it. I think it was the clip of like the woman burning alive.
Oh God, that
It was that paranormal shit.
dude. Whenever you showed me that and that one clip from that series with the slit-mouthed woman at the end, that image,
Yes.
like I remembered that imagery that night when I was trying to go to bed, and it actually kept me up for like another 20 minutes because I was trying not to think about it because it freaked me out so much. Like you heard my reaction during that call we had.
Yeah.
I hated it so much. I was like looking behind me for the rest of the night.
With that being said,
Oh my
I think
God.
that Koji Shiraishi would be such a cool person to direct a Silent Hill game, or just to direct like a paranormal horror game in general. I want to see his directorial style translated to like a first-person experience.
That would be so cool.
I also think that it would be really neat if Satoshi Kon is Satoshi Kon still alive? I hope he is.
I don't think he is.
Yes. No, there's no way. Oh goddamn it, he died in 2010, you're right. I was gonna say, man, I would love if Satoshi Kon's directorial style was brought to a horror game, and then I remembered he's dead, and I'm like, no.
Yeah, I remember finding that out after I watched Paranoia Agent.
How is that? I've been meaning to get to it.
It's so good. It's actually like Perfect Blue might be the best of his work, but Paranoia Agent is my absolute favorite. I love how surreal it is, and I love the whole theme of like mass hysteria.
Hey, Zach.
Don't you agree that like Kon's weird trippy style would be perfect for like an indie horror game?
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
I would love that so much.
Now here's the part where I just stand here and do nothing. Now that I know that one of the Doom Pinky Demons is going to be in here trying to clobber me. This game's harder than Vapor. Paprika was really good.
Yeah.
Oh, you've yet to finish
I think-
Paranoia Agent. It's really good.
I cannot wait to watch that series. I will say, I don't know if you're interested whatsoever, but I recently watched episode 1 and episode 2 of Chainsaw Man.
Yes, Vale keeps trying to get me to watch Chainsaw Man. I plan on checking it out after I finish Breaking Bad because I'm 2 episodes away from finishing the whole show.
Oh my god, you're so much further along than me.
Yeah, I literally like, you know, I finished Haunted Halloween PSA and posted it like the premiere, right? And then I promptly binged the ever-living hell out of Breaking Bad. I went from season 4 to where I am now over the span of like 4 days.
God damn.
I watched all of season 4 and all of season 5 except for the last 2 episodes in 4 days. Only reason I haven't watched the other 2 episodes yet is because my brother is a massive fan of Breaking Bad and he finished the show. And he and I promised that when I got to the final 2 episodes that we'd watch it together and then we were gonna watch Better Call Saul together.
That's sweet.
I cannot wait to watch Better Call Saul. Breaking Bad is like the actual best show I've ever watched.
I will say, I I really like Chainsaw Man, and one of the reasons why is that the animation in it was causing a stir on Twitter. People thought that it was 3D, and people thought, no, it's not 3D, it's rotoscoped, and it turns out it's neither. It's just such masterfully done 2D animation that people thought it was 3D.
Wait, really? Because whenever I was talking with Vale about it, Vale's big complaint was that Chainsaw Man was 3D.
No, it's not. It's almost all 2D.
Also, Warrior says, am I the only one who thought Breaking Bad was kind of bad? Yes, you are the only one. You are the only one.
Yeah, you are. You are the only person on Earth. How dare you?
You are literally the only person. Episode 3, yeah, episode 3 slaps. Episode 3 was the thing that made me realize that, like, episode 1 and 2 were very good episodes, you know, great introductions, but once I got to episode 3 of Breaking Bad, I finished that episode, and it was the first time in years that I watched a show where by the end of the episode, I was literally shaking. It was, episode 3 of the first season is just so intense, and it has no right...
Was episode 3 again?
Episode 3 is when they have Crazy Eights in the basement, and the entire episode is Walter trying to come to grips with the fact that he has to kill him.
Oh.
He was trying, like, he was sitting there trying to convince, he was sitting there, like, literally trying to get Crazy Eight to, like, give him a reason that he shouldn't kill him because he really wanted to not have to. It was such a hard episode to watch, and that was what got me hooked on the show. Watch Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared yet? Yes! Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. It's funny, I was saying Breaking Bad is probably the best show I've ever watched.
Why is it called Breaking Bad if it's good SMH?
Why is it called Breaking Bad if it's good? Breaking Bad is an actual term for, like, breaking the law. Like, if somebody broke bad, that meant that they broke the law. I don't know if that was a joke or if you were genuinely asking, but there's the answer to anyone who didn't know that.
I didn't know that's what the term meant. I think that's funny.
Yeah, actually, that's what it's all about, because it's all about a show. It's a show all about, you know, like a chemistry teacher breaking the law.
Breaking the law.
And yeah, oh, the demon!
Oh, the demon. Oh, the sparkly.
Yeah, though,
Real quick,
Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared, though, is, like, Breaking Bad may be the best show I've ever watched, but it's probably only, like, my second favorite show now, because Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is my favorite show. What was that?
Follow the... Okay. Also, somebody in chat said Callisto Protocol looks pretty good. It better, because it's by the same director who did Dead Space, I think. Peter, oh my god. And have you seen the trailers for the Callisto Protocol?
Sorry?
Have you seen any trailers for that new horror game called the Callisto Protocol?
I have not seen anything from it now.
It takes place... I have to read a description for the game because I genuinely don't know what the setting is. It's really cool though. Let's see.
Is that a pizza pentagram?
No, there's no way.
What the actual hell? What? Hi! What? Satan?
Excuse me.
Hi! What? Pizza Satan? Big girl? Dollhouse? People?
Gee.
What is happening?
Oh my god.
Thanks for playing! That's the end?
Apparently so. I am speechless.
Huh. That was the whole game. That was...
Wow.
That
Also, Zach.
Yeah.
Real quick, Callisto Protocol, in case you're interested. In this third-person horror survival game, set 300 years in the future, the player will take the role of Jacob Lee, a victim of fate thrown into the Black Iron Prison, a maximum security penitentiary located on Jupiter's moon Callisto. When the inmates begin to transform into monstrous creatures, the prison is thrown into chaos. To survive, Jacob must battle his way to safety to escape the Black Iron Prison while uncovering the dark and disturbing secrets buried beneath the surface of the Callisto. And it's by the same people who made Dead Space, and it looks really cool.
That sounds really cool.
Also, I gotta order food real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay. So that, I guess, was pizza delivery chat. I don't know how I'm supposed to interpret what I just watched. What I just played, even. This was the game that I was super into as a kid. This insert title here and Vapor were all my childhood horror games. So yeah, that was, oh.
Knew it had a goofy ending like that, Lamau.
Yeah, I remember it having a weird ending. I don't remember that specifically. Lived up to memory. Yes, I guess this game really did live up to memory. I remembered these games from my childhood being weird, but I don't quite remember them being that weird. Was I, like, so deprived in my childhood that these were the horror games I enjoyed?
Clearly.
What? Okay, so real quick, chat. We're gonna do a tier list here. We're gonna decide. We're gonna rank these games. We're gonna rank these games worst to best. So, okay, you can also help me out with this, Lyra. Give me your opinions. What do you think was the worst game out of these three? I want your opinion first.
I think the worst out of all of them was... God, I'm trying to think. It's probably the second one.
Yeah, insert title here. That's my choice for the worst one too. Cause okay, like, you know, say what you want about each of the games we played here. Insert title here. First of all, straight up had like it just straight up had a two-phase jump scare that ripped my ears out and threw them against the wall.
And it also used the R slur.
Yeah, I was about to say that too. It also just straight up has a slur in it.
And says that girls can't be gamers for some reason.
Yeah, so yeah, definitely the second one to me was the worst. Then I'd probably say God, I have to pick between Vapor or Pizza Delivery.
If you want my input, personally, I think Vapor would go in the middle.
You think Vapor is the middle, and you think this one's the best of them?
Yeah, and I can justify it. I think Vapor did have actual content, and it had some promising horror imagery, but was ultimately a very aimless, kind of boring experience, and you didn't really know what you were supposed to do most of the time. With this game, you knew what you were supposed to do. It's just flat out dumb, but at the very least, there's like some really amusing imagery in a lot of this game.
Yeah, I saw someone in chat say that Vapor was almost good, and I feel like that's a very apt description, is that Vapor, like, there was something there with Vapor, but, like, I couldn't tell you what it was. Because, like, Vapor was aimless. You're in this, you get dropped down in this world, there's some freaky imagery every now and then, but you don't really have any objective. You don't really have, really anything to do. it was just kind of a mind-numbing experience that was actually really annoying at times too, because the imagery flashing on the screen quickly became annoying instead of
Yeah.
scary.
It was very epileptic in nature.
Might want to rescind
Very,
the second one as one of your
very
favorite
epileptic.
games now, lol.
Might want to
So, yeah, I
rescind
think-
that second one as one of your favorite games now. Yeah, you're right, Sophie. Yeah.
I God.
So, we just finished all 3 games. So I guess the question is what's going to be happening for the rest of the stream, because I had a couple ideas for what would happen if the stream, like, I finished all the games early, if the games ended up being too short, because we've only been streaming for like 2 hours. So I have a couple options potentially here for some stuff that we can potentially do.
I'm interested.
First of all, I could purchase the $1 full version of Vapor and try it out here and see how far I get into that. Secondly, I could do a little mini Q&A about Dreams of an Insomniac. If anyone in the chat's curious about that, I could put on some background music and we could answer some chat questions about that if people
my
are
God.
curious.
Dreams of an Insomniac creator and co-creator answer random questions about silly series.
Absolutely not, please. No more Vapor. Okay, I'm seeing more people who want the Q&A. People really don't want more Vapor. People really don't want more Vapor. They hated it.
Although
Alright.
before we go into that, can I say an absolutely shit take I found today on YouTube?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
I found a video today, and I do not mean to disparage this creator because the quality of their content seemed great, but they made a video about I found the best FNAF fan game, or like the new best FNAF fan game, and it was a video all about the glitched attraction. And I was like, buddy, did we just forget that Juniors exists?
Yes, I've seen that video. I just find it very hard to say what the best or worst FNAF fan game is.
Like I'm being hyperbolic. I don't think Juniors is legitimately the best FNAF fan game because I don't think there is one. I think we could like rank them. There would be like a list, and I think Juniors would be at the top tier, but out of respect for the creators of those games, I don't think I could ever definitively say what I think the best one is. The glitched attraction is good, but saying that it's better in quality than something like Juniors, I don't know. I'd have to play it myself, but from what I've seen, I don't know if I'd call it the best one.
Yeah, I'm not really the judge of that because I haven't played it, but it looks pretty good.
It does look good.
Also, thank you for the donation. Also, you guys hearing that music? Is it too loud? I just want to have something in the background while we're talking so it doesn't feel like dead space.
Oh wait, you can actually share a window now, and I can hear it as well.
Oh yeah. There we go. There. Sound good? Sound good, guys? Not too loud? Yeah, it's hard for me to really say what I think the best FNAF fan game is, because I definitely have my favorites, but I don't know if I'd ever consider my favorite the best. Because, like, you know, my favorite FNAF fan game is the Radiance version of Five Nights at Treasure Island. I don't consider that the best FNAF fan game, but it is my absolute favorite that I've played.
That is an interesting pick. I do appreciate that.
I love that game. I love that game so much. It was the perfect blend of having like this great atmosphere and being like this genuinely like it had like FNAF 1 ambience while also like just being extremely fun to play, and all the mechanics just felt so the mechanics felt really satisfying and they all worked so well together.
I will say, I think one of the reasons why I've grown such an attachment to Juniors is because it is the most fun I've had playing a FNAF fan game.
I really enjoy Juniors too. A lot of people actually didn't enjoy Juniors as much as we did though.
I don't know why. I think maybe it's because some people do have like a negative attachment due to Ramonov, and I can get that. But I view the game outside of the context of the person who made it, which some people may argue is kind of a shitty thing to do, but I mean, guys, it's a good game. It really is.
It is a really good game. Yeah, I'll have to play the Glitch
can't
Attraction on
not
stream
like it.
sometime. I'll have to,
Yeah, I mean, I'll join you. I'll give it a fair shot.
yeah. Yeah, we'll definitely have to try that sometime soon, after Haunted Halloween PSA. And speaking of that, yeah, so chat, since we finished my 3 games early, and, you know, this is spooky month, this is the Halloween week, Lyra and I are going to be here to answer some questions about Dreams of an Insomniac, and more specifically, I'm assuming Haunted Halloween PSA, but you can ask me general questions about the whole series. I only have a couple rules when it comes to answering questions. I'm obviously not going to be answering anything that would spoil stuff in the story. So, you know, like people asking me, oh, will Clyde come in with a spear and impale Lankman? Obviously I can't answer that, so I'm just gonna ignore those types of
Absolutely.
questions.
That 100% happens in the series.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, so if anyone has any questions, I'm just gonna be looking at chat for the rest of this and just seeing what people ask to potentially,
And- Oh, sorry. Go on.
yeah, so, just gonna be answering some general questions about that, and what was I even gonna say? I just completely blanked. Oh, somebody asked what the name of the music is. This is Don't Open the Door from the FNAF World soundtrack. It is the Halloween DLC music.
AKA the Pastra song.
It is the Pastor song. It's so funny. When I looked up this song later, because I lost the file for it, whenever I looked it up, I saw everyone in the comments like, Pastor moments.
Oh my god.
All right, we got some questions. The first question I noticed was what's going to be the general format of Volume 0? That's a really good question. Volume 0 is going to be following the format of... it's going to be following a couple formats. Volume 0 is going to be split into multiple sort of short segments, which all combine to create one massive short, right? So it's sort of like a story told in multiple parts. It's mainly taking the form of TV broadcasts, though. So you're sort of watching it from the perspective of somebody who is witnessing these different TV broadcasts, and you're kind of seeing them one by one, slowly telling this full story about what's happening. So there's that. I'm trying to read all these questions here. Is the first episode going to be a Halloween-themed video? Yes. Yes, it
Very
will
much.
be.
Very much.
Let's see.
Oh, is the art style 3D or like a Walton Files thing? I think that's best for you to answer.
Okay, so Haunted Halloween PSA, and I should say for the rest of the Dreams of an Insomniac series, is following a sort of similar style. Also, we got a super
Is the art
chat.
style 3D or like...
Oh, it's the question I was just answering. Think of it like this, is all I'll say. The 2D stuff that is like drawn by me is 2D in universe. It's not like a Walton Files type thing where all of the characters are like, drawn. And it's like, oh, the more like detailed animatronic character is the realistic one. There's going to be a very clear distinction between real life and the 2D drawings. The 2D drawings
Which,
are
by
in
the way-
universe 2D.
I love that so much because even as somebody who knows Martin Wells, I will say with full honesty, and I would say to his face, my main gripe with Walton Files is just that there's like this weird contradictory canon where sometimes like pictures of real life, like actual realistic people are shown, but then in other parts we are shown pictures that are supposed to be real life in canon, and it's illustrated people. So the canon constantly contradicts itself on whether or not the style of the universe is drawn or if it's realistic, and it's just always confused me. And what I love about Dreams of an Insomniac is that it has a very consistent canon. Everything that's meant to be in real life looks like real life, and everything that's meant to be illustrated is illustrated.
Yeah, that's a more clear distinction because a lot of Dreams of an Insomniac was based off of different analog horror series that I liked. I took inspiration from quite a few, and you'll notice where the inspiration is whenever you're watching Haunted Halloween PSA on Halloween. But that was a big thing, was that I got a lot of inspiration from multiple sources, and my biggest inspiration from the Walton Files was wanting there to be that distinction between when stuff is hand-drawn and live action. And like you said, that was one thing about the Walton Files that always did confuse me a little bit, was that the distinction between live action and 2D was very confusing sometimes. So I wanted to
This isn't a question.
make it more
but you're awesome.
specific. Thank you, Glow Kitty. That's so nice of you. Yeah, I wanted to make that more distinct. So yeah, to long story short, 2D stuff in universe is hand drawn. There will be 3D stuff. There will be proper live action. And we've got some interesting stuff for how those visuals are portrayed that you'll have to see yourself.
I would like to point out the local crow in chat said, Lyra, you are very pretty. Thank you.
Oh, that's so nice.
I also... Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna move on to another question, so you should probably talk first.
Oh, right. I was gonna say, while I have announced this on the Discord server, and maybe on Twitter, although I highly doubt it, I did want to say that, one of the reasons I am kind of pertinent in this discussion is because, if you guys don't know, I am somewhat of a co-writer and co-producer on the series. I've also made a lot of 3D assets, some concept art. I make the entirety of the OST for Dreams of an Insomniac. Me and Zach have worked pretty much hand in hand, and while I didn't have a significant production role in the first episode,
Mythos
continuing
creature.
on from episode 2, we will be direct partners in producing the series. So if there's any questions you have for me as well, I'd be glad to answer them too.
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons. Like, I've got Lyra here for a lot of this, and just other than the fact that I just enjoy streaming with you. But yeah, Lyra had a very big part to play in Haunted Halloween PSA. Yeah, people are freaking out over 3D assets. Yes, I'm not gonna say when, why, or how, but there are a lot of 3D assets that appear in the series, and more specifically, Haunted Halloween PSA. Also, we got a super chat question from Sam. Favorite mythological creature? For me,
It's hard.
yeah, that is really hard because there's a lot of really cool ones. If I had to pick my favorite mythological creature, I mean, like, it's a bit of a generic answer, but I'm really obsessed with dragons. I really love dragons.
That's fair.
Anyone who has seen me when it comes to fantasy stuff or has played my D&D campaigns know I'm obsessed with dragons. Also, I'm seeing a few people in chat asking what series we're currently talking about and what Dreams of an Insomniac is. If you look on my channel right now, you will see that there is a premiere that is set to release on Halloween called Dreams of an Insomniac Volume 0 Haunted Halloween PSA. To those of you in chat who don't know what Dreams of an Insomniac is, it is an analog horror series that is being made by me with Lyra now as my co-creator and business partner, we'll call it, for this. I'm working with quite a few people I know to make this, but it's gonna be a huge analog horror series that is primarily focused on telling the stories of all of my characters that a lot of people have grown to, like, really care about. It explores the whole topic of the Veldigan and what those creatures are, and the main theme of the story is the psychological effects they have on people. Somebody asked how many episodes there's going to be. I confirmed this in the Shipwreck 64 stream I did last night. But
6, right?
yeah, there's gonna be. It goes up to volume 6, but if we're counting volume 0, there are 7 episodes because, you know, volume 0, this one that's coming out on Halloween, should be treated as a sort of prologue or a prequel. So there's going to be seven main videos in total, but it goes up to volume 6. Volume 6 will be the ending. So quite a lot.
Yeah. Somebody said, in reference to before, oh, well then that raises a question. Lyra, what was it like composing the music, and what was your main inspiration for the tracks? Which is a cool question, because it gives me the chance to talk about the incredible process of working with Zach to create this soundtrack. I gotta say, Zach, in general, has been a great business partner. Gave me some very simple prompts to work off of. I can't say what the prompts were because I don't want to spoil any parts of the episode. But I will say, compositionally, a lot of the soundtrack, there's a couple tracks that are definitely inspired by my love of Akira Yamaoka and Silent Hill. There's a love for Lorne that I share in there too. Lorne is an electronic artist who does a lot of scary stuff. There's a lot of sample-based things in here that remind me of different horror games I've played. One of the tracks is inspired lightly by State of the Art by Gautier, and I will mention that also the Backrooms Kane Pixels soundtrack did inspire like one tiny little tidbit. But my favorite thing is for the ending theme that you hear after the end of each episode, it was very much inspired by Michael Giacchino's work on The Batman. It's very theatrical and moody and gothic, and was extremely fun to work on, and gave Zach some goosebumps when he did his first blind listen. He was kind of speechless.
I lost my mind at it.
Yeah. So it's been really fun, and I can't wait to keep making music for the series in the future.
Yeah, the soundtrack that Lyra made for this absolutely blew me away. Like, it is the exact thing I always envisioned for it, and it's crazy because like she said, I literally gave her the most basic, simple prompts for it, and just essentially went, here is the specific thing I need. Other than this, go ham. And she did, and literally it was the exact thing I needed. So I'm very happy about that. Also, we got some super chats that I didn't want to read while you were explaining things. From the Baddest, congratulations on Dreams of an Insomniac. Thank you so much, Isaac. I appreciate that a lot. I hope you're doing well.
Thank you. Yeah, we hope you're doing okay. I saw on Twitter today that you weren't doing too well, so I hope things are a bit better.
Yeah, I hope you're doing all right. And we got her Maggie. I hope that's how you say your name. 2 streams one day after another. Impossible. I'm streaming all week, every day this week till Friday.
And if Pastra allows it to happen, I'll hopefully be here for a good amount of those.
Oh, I hope so. Tomorrow's stream is going to be interesting. Not to spoil too much, but tomorrow's stream, I'm planning on doing a massive stream of The Forest with several of my friends, and it's going to be chaotic as all hell.
Oh, that sounds great.
It's going to be insane. The most some of my friends have ever laughed is playing that game on a multiplayer world. We'll see how that goes tomorrow. Also, didn't know I could do this, but here's a random message. Halloween, thank you for being a member for 3 months. That's awesome. Okay, let's see. What other questions were we asked? I'm seeing a lot of questions asking me if X character will be in Dreams of an Insomniac. Yes. Basically, the way I can answer this is that every single character that I currently use and draw artwork of, so we're talking the Veldigan, like Mortimer, Lankman, every single character I have made that I still currently use will be in Dreams of an Insomniac in some way. Every single character will be there at some point over the course of the 7 videos I make. They will be appearing. So if you're like a diehard Lankman or a diehard Mortimer fan, you will get your fix eventually. They will appear in some capacity. Some more important than others, but, you know. Will any of your other characters you've made that aren't Veldigan, example Grimzo Snakebat, appear in Dreams of an Insomniac, just as background details, or does that count as spoilers?
I think I don't know.
I think that counts as spoilers.
Also, somebody said analog/DOAI crossover episode when. Dreams of an Insomniac is just Canadian analog, guys.
It is, yeah. Analog in Canada.
Down to the wait, am I allowed to say the name of the main character? Is that too spoilery?
In Dreams of an Insomniac?
Like the first name. Yeah.
Oh, it's in the description of the video.
Oh, it is okay.
Yeah.
I was laughing because the main character's name in Dreams of an Insomniac is Tommy.
Whole week, my wallets
Full
are
name
also
Thomas,
real
I'm
dat boy,
assuming.
yeah.
And then the main character in Analog is named Thomas Belmont. And their story purposes and what they're actually like doing within the prologue of their stories is very similar. And so I was gonna joke with you that Dreams of an Insomniac is like alternate universe Canadian Analog.
Analog made in a different timeline. We're all sitting here laughing about that until Analog Freddy Fazbear appears in Haunted Halloween PSA.
We could probably make that happen.
That would be really
That's funny.
Just like
We just like put him in a poster.
no, like if you did that though, right? If you did that, everyone would start making this chaos theory that Analog and Dreams of an Insomniac are in the same universe and Freddy Fazbear's exists and Clyde went there at one point. Let's.
I think it's funny to think about that because in that don't the Veldigans I don't know if this is too spoilery to say, but with Veldigans, are they just affecting Canada or the entire world?
They are only affecting the small area that they appear in Canada.
Okay.
They're not
I
like
think
they're not
it's-
like a global thing.
I think it's funny because there's a small pocket of Canada where like legitimate Lovecraftian demon things are
Weenie usually, but I'm looking forward to
like
Dreams of
terrorizing the small
Insomniac.
town, and then in the US there's a small pocket where there's a bunch of fucking murders and hauntings at a pizza joint, and they could exist just like independently of each other.
They just happen to be existing on the same planet, but they have no connection other than that, except like Tommy's just I love Freddy Fazbear.
I think the entirety of Analog happens basically before the prologue of Dreams of an Insomniac is over.
Also, we got some super chats here. A whole week, my wallet. Also, will that boy be in? Oh, I can't say that's too big spoiler territory.
Yeah.
I'm a weenie usually, but I'm looking forward to Dreams of an Insomniac. I'm so happy to hear that. I will say that for the people who are worried that they're going to be too scared to watch it, I will just warn you now that I do have quite a few moments planned that will, clearly be like disturbing and hopefully be scary. Of course, it's hard for me to say, oh, you're gonna have the shit scared out of you or not, because, it's different from every person. So
I was unnerved at one point, and there's one part of it that legitimately gave me the scary little shivers, and it's hard to make me do that because I'm a horror fanatic.
So yeah, if Lyra's testament there's anything,
My
gonna be
super
spooky.
chat wouldn't go
Um,
through, but will the series rely less on usual tropes than most analog horror series and try to be less generic overall?
Okay, that's actually a really good question. It's both a yes and a no. You see, I have a couple tropes that I really like in analog horror that I do intend on using in Dreams of an Insomniac, and more specifically Haunted Halloween PSA. However, I will say that while I do plan on using quite a few tropes that I personally like, I also do very much so intend on putting my own creative spin on it and sort of creating these scenes that aren't normally seen in analog horror. I'm trying to make something new out of this. I'm trying to be as creative as possible.
There's only one scene in Volume 0 where the whole analog trope, the whole analog horror trope thingy is really obvious, and somebody could be like, oh yeah, there it is. But other than that, they're very not in your face and just kind of you definitely do them better and more bearably than most other analog horror creators do.
Yeah, there are a couple of tropes that, I've watched a lot of analog horror. It's my favorite horror genre. So I know what tropes are like annoying to a lot of people. I know which ones work and which ones don't. And you know, like Lyra said, I had one instance where I definitely used a very like obvious analog horror trope, but it was one that I'm personally very fond of and tried to put a good spin on, and a lot of people who've seen it said that they liked it. So there is that.
Once you showed me the image, it made that scene better.
Yeah, I'm really proud of it. Also, I'm seeing a lot of people asking.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say real quick. Somebody way back asked Nicholas Bus. I feel bad if I mispronounced your name. Said to me, who is my favorite OC of yours? And I think that's funny because I don't think I've ever been asked which one of your characters is my favorite before.
No, you haven't.
It's a hard question. It's a really hard question to answer because I really like all of them. I definitely have an attachment towards Clyde, and then I think Simon and the Flock are pretty cool too. The Flock is just I've always kind of loved more animalistic creatures, and I think the fact that it's this weird bird thing is cool. And then Simon just reminds me a lot of Mimikyu and Ghost Freak from Ben 10, and those are two things that I love a lot. So I also like the throat eyeball is really cool. And also again, it's hard to choose. I love all of your characters. Winfrey is cool. Lankman is cool. All of them are sick as hell.
Oh, thank you. I was expecting the answer to be Simon, honestly, because you always seem to have this like fondness for Simon.
Yeah, no, he's just cool. He's like a little like strange ghost dude. It's like a play on the trope of somebody putting a sheet over themselves to be a ghost as a Halloween costume. It's like taking that to the logical extreme of like, but what if a ghost wasn't like? What if a kid wasn't under that costume and it was actually some weird tentacle thing?
I don't know how much you know about Simon's story, but I mean, whenever the two of us are gonna be plotting out more stuff for later volumes too, I think you're really going to enjoy Simon's lore.
I'm sure I will. I'm so excited. Also, ooh, I love this one. Any tips for someone looking to get into analog horror? But I'll save that one until after the question that you were gonna answer.
Yes, I had a lot of people asking me what the length of Haunted Halloween PSA was going to be. I had a couple questions that I really wanted to answer while we were explaining stuff. The first question is, how long will Haunted Halloween PSA be, and how long will the general length of each volume be? I said this during the Shipwreck 64 stream. The length of each Dreams of an Insomniac volume is not something I decide before I'm making it. The length of it is literally just however long it ends up being when it's finished. I don't have a specific length. If the video ends up being 10 minutes or if it ends up being an hour, that's fine so long as I have all the content that is meant to be there put in, and so long as, you know, nothing feels like it shouldn't be there. As for Haunted Halloween PSA, the video, I believe, clocks out at almost 15 minutes. If it's not 15 minutes, it's like 14 minutes and a half. So it's a pretty decently long video. It's longer than I anticipated. Another question I was asked, are the Dreams of an Insomniac volumes releasing every month or so? Are Veldigan's going to be the major part of the story, and why will Langman be there?
Every month or so.
Yeah, so the thing is with that, right? Dreams of an Insomniac is going to be a series that I work on in the background of my regular uploads. Haunted Halloween PSA is going to be coming out. I'm going to give it some time to sit for people to actually find it, to watch it, to enjoy it. Once Haunted Halloween PSA is out for a good enough time, I'll give it maybe like a week or two before I start uploading regularly. I'm gonna start uploading normally again. And I'm just gonna say this, each volume of Dreams of an Insomniac is going to take significantly longer to make than the previous one, because I fully intend with each volume to significantly increase the production value and to be more ambitious with it. Like the other night I was explaining to Lyra some of the ideas I had for later volumes, and I'm pretty sure even you were saying, like, that's gonna be hard to pull off.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, is like a lot of these volumes are going to be extremely ambitious. I may have to tone it down a bit because maybe I may be going in a little in over my head, but yeah, that like the volume 1 is going to take significantly longer to make, I believe, than volume 0 did. And also the other question, will the Veldigan be a major part of the story, and why? The Veldigan are the story. They are what the story is about. It is all about them. They are what drives the entire plot. Will the episodes be in chronological order, or will we have to figure out the order? Sorry, you're
That's
gonna
an
have
interesting question. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to figure that out for yourself when the volumes start coming out.
There's the. If I may, after this one, there's 2 questions that interest me a lot.
Okay. Yeah, so with that one, with the chronological order one, unfortunately, that's something you're gonna have to figure out whenever the series starts. I can't say whether or not you're watching stuff in chronological order, or if you have to piece together the order of events.
That is a good question, though.
It is a very good question. A very, very good question.
So, first one, and this is the one that'll take less long to answer. Will the series be jump scare focused or more drawn out terror? I would like to say that Dreams of an Insomniac is a more slow burn kind of series. It's not focused on jump scaring you more than like just unnerving you and presenting you with imagery and scenarios that are really disturbing.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, sorry.
If that's an apt description, I think. Yeah.
No, that's an absolute.
What's your take on that?
That's a very, very good. That's a very good interpretation of it. You see, the thing is with Haunted Halloween PSA, and more specifically the entirety of Dreams of an Insomniac, I had one specific thing in mind that I wanted. I had one specific thing in mind that I wanted from it. And my whole thing when I was creating specifically Haunted Halloween PSA was I wanted to make a short that entirely relied on subtlety. I didn't want, because analog horror has a very common sort of stigmatism around it where it's, you see something normal and suddenly image flashes on the screen, loud screaming happens, big analog horror jump scare. I didn't really want to do that. I really wanted to focus on a very slow burn, as Lyra put it, subtle approach to the horror, where it's, less so, that thing flashed on the screen and it really made me jump and it freaked me out when that happened, but it's more like, you finish the whole short, and then you start thinking about it, and then you go back to it, and suddenly you're starting to understand things better, and the more you begin to understand it, the scarier it becomes, as you start to grasp the concepts at play.
I will say that there's things that did not click for me until my second or third watch, and when they did, it vastly improved my watching experience. I would also like to say, I'm gonna answer the question that Shay had. Any tips for someone looking to get into making analog horror? But first, I would like to point out that somebody solved the secret Twitter code.
Huh?
If you don't know, Zach, on the recent 7-day teaser for Haunted Halloween PSA that I drew, the heading for the image, or the Twitter description, is actually a bunch of garbled text that you needed to put into a Caesar cipher.
I didn't know about that. What?
And nobody caught it until now. And it was a bunch of garbled text and then 666. And the text, when ungarbled, says, "Don't trust the man in the orange costume."
I didn't know you did that.
Was I allowed to do that? Is that
no?
too
Absolutely,
much?
absolutely. That's awesome. No, don't worry about that. That is awesome. I love that. That is so in the spirit of everything. Also,
I'm glad you like that.
Somebody was also asking, will DOA, like, this was in a super chat, will DOAI have an ARG or any ARG elements? That's kind of up in the air. I'm still figuring that out.
Yeah.
I'm not too sure about that yet. It might, you're gonna quickly find out that everything that appears and happens in the series has a very specific purpose. So if I start going down the route of having very meta ARG elements, there needs to be a very specific reason for it.
Yeah. I also, to any aspiring creators for analog horror, there's something I don't see talked about often, and I wanted to say it here for any of you that are thinking of making an analog horror series. The question that you should always ask yourself pre-production is, because analog horror, analog footage, VHS, it's not just a genre, it's a medium that you're telling a story through. And I think what you need to ask yourself is, why am I choosing this medium to tell my story? And if the answer is simply because of aesthetic purposes, I think a lot of your story and the way that it's told might fall apart. I think that for an analog horror to really strike home, there needs to be a physical grounding and a reason as to why you're using the medium of analog footage to convey a story. What is necessitating that medium? And more importantly, how are you going to use the technical limitations of that medium to your advantage in order to convey this story? It's all about thinking about what advantages you have with a certain medium. Also, I'm gonna grab my dinner real quick. I'll
Okay.
leave you with that one.
And while you're doing that, let me see what else I've been asked by chat. I'm just gonna say right off the bat that any questions about like Veldigan origins or Veldigan as a species, I will unfortunately not be answering, because all of that will be elaborated on in the actual short itself. Let's see. What were good questions we got here? What themes did you have in mind in the series? That's a really good question. Themes I had in mind. See, a lot of the themes I had in mind for this series revolve around the sort of psychological aspects of Veldigan. The sort of idea that you're living in this world with these creatures that have a severe psychological effect on people, and how that sort of supernatural occurrence can begin to mess with the town as a whole. We got what inspired the Veldigan. I love this question because I've been asked it before. I really love answering this question. Each of the individual Veldigan are inspired by a crap ton of different elements from characters in horror media that I personally really like. So, the Veldigan, in a sense, every single one of them is just a monster I created based entirely off of characters and elements and ideas I loved, and then I turned them into a species after I did that. So, like, Winfrey was, I brought this up several times before. Winfrey was actually based off of Monster Vinny, surprisingly, from Five Nights at Candy's 3. That was the original inspiration for Winfrey. And then,
I love that.
Yeah, he originally looked a lot more like him, and as I developed him, I added more elements from other characters I liked, like elements from Pennywise with the sort of blank stare Winfrey has and the sort of like body horror stuff he has going on when he opens his mouth. I added stuff onto him like I took some inspiration from like, I'm trying to remember all the characters that actually inspired him. He's this weird amalgamation of a ton of different ideas I found scary. Just the sheer size of him and how massive he is in canon was inspired by just the fact that I find the idea of these colossal creatures terrifying. I have a really strong fear of like just large things in general. I think it's called like megalophobia.
Godzilla 2014.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Yeah.
That was a really big one. Do you think that Dreams of an Insomniac will change how people view Clyde in your normal videos? I don't just think so, I am counting on it. I want that to happen.
I know so. Also, I wanted to say, I left in a bit of a hurry to get my dinner, but what was your take on the analog horror advice that I offered?
See, it's kind of funny, the analog horror advice you gave, the thing I was going to say for advice on that is kind of like building off of what you said. Because you said, you know, the biggest question you have to ask yourself when making analog horror is you have to ask yourself, why is this the medium I'm choosing to tell the story in? My biggest piece of advice, and my biggest question that I always want to ask myself, is how can you take advantage of the medium to convey, like, these terrifying concepts and ideas to people?
Exactly.
Because here's the thing. if you look at the most well-made analog horror series, the ones that become iconic, and the ones that get the most views, and the ones that people talk about, I will tell you for a fact that the one thing those series all have in common is that each of them use the medium of an analog, like the whole analog CRT. They take that medium and they take advantage of what is they're capable of doing with that specific medium and making it so that scares and concepts are portrayed in a way that you wouldn't be able to without it. Like, because here's the thing with analog horror, to me. Analog horror is a very personal genre. You, the viewer, feel more involved with the fact that you're watching it, because it's almost like you are watching it in canon, right?
Yeah.
So, when the thing you're watching takes advantage of that and starts treating you, the viewer, like you're the one in danger, or, you know, you're watching something you shouldn't, that's when it starts to really take advantage of it. I think the best example of this is Local 58.
I would absolutely agree. I was gonna say, if we're talking about series that use the genre to their advantage, I think Local 58 is the shining example of analog video as a medium being used to its fullest advantage.
Yeah, exactly, because, like, Local 58, like, all these broadcasts are directed at you, the viewer. You are a nameless viewer who is just watching these things, and it's almost like you're trying to immerse yourself, as if, like, you start to think, what if these things were appearing on my television, and that becomes scary. Of course, in Dreams of an Insomniac, you are there is a character that you are following, and the story is being told from the perspective of a named character that you take the role of, but in Dreams of Insomniac's case, you know, you still are participating in the story as this character. It's not like you're watching this character from a third-person perspective doing stuff. And that's how I'm trying to take advantage of the medium, was by having a named character you follow, but you yourself are that character.
Yeah, I also want to quickly say the hot take, and I think you may get up in arms with me about this because it's going for a personal favorite of yours. I actually don't think Mandela Catalog is analog horror, and I think that Alex Kister, by the time production on the 3rd episode started, realized that his attempt to constrain it within the genre of analog horror was becoming a detriment to the series, and so that's why Volume 3 is like this like very avant-garde artsy thing instead of attempting to just fit within what would be possible for analog horror. And I think Alex himself has stated that Volume 3 very purposefully veers away from analog horror as a genre, and he's going to continue to do that. And I'm glad, because I think the series thrives when it's trying not to be that.
You see, I'm in a pretty different boat from you on this. I do believe that Mandela Catalog is analog horror, but you see, the original, especially Volume 1, is very much so analog horror, but it always tried to stray, it strayed a bit away by using different elements that it felt like it needed to convey a story, right? Like, for example, right?
Yeah.
In Volume 1, it is very much so presented like analog horror to me. You know, we have this government PSA warning people about alternates, and, you know, it feels very much so in-world, like you are the person watching this. But where Mandela Catalog strays away from this, and where it sort of tells its own thing and, like, really veers off the course of being analog horror, is when you have these two characters. You have Caesar and you have Mark, and you have the victim 1, victim 2, and you have a recorded phone call. Who is, like, in that moment, that's not something you are being shown on a TV broadcast, and you can't really believe that it's something from police tape, because...
Why was that recorded?
Yeah, exactly. Why was that phone call recorded? So I think
Why is there, like, images of the two of them up there as the phone call is going? Because that would imply that it is a purposefully made presentation, and then the images distort, and there's so many instances now in analog horror where it does that thing where the two characters call. And I think while it was a unique thing for Mandela, and I think it's a unique part of that style, I'm just like, people keep using it now, and I'm like, guys, you realize that half the time in analog horror, like, these calls wouldn't have realistically been recorded.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing. That's the thing I was gonna bring up too, is the fact that Mandela Catalog, in many ways, it was very influential on analog horror. But you see, the thing is, in a lot of ways, depending on how you take a lot of the stuff in Mandela Catalog and how you view how it's used, that may actually be detrimental. Because I was gonna say that scene with Mark and Caesar, right? That scene is great because it breaks the rules of how analog horror works. That scenario where we are hearing a phone call that would never have been recorded, being presented in a way that never would be presented, breaks the rules of what the analog horror goes for. But it works to me in the Mandela Catalog for two reasons. First of all, it is how Alex Kister is conveying the story. This is something he has to do to tell the story within the confines of this universe. But we also know for a fact that the tape we are watching has been tampered with by alternates. There are subliminal messages that alternates left in the tape. We see several times that the alternates are messing with Mark through dialogue on the screen, like the "uh-oh, bad decision, Mark." So the way I always view that is that those things we're seeing, those are things that the alternates put there, almost as if to tell the viewer, like to show the viewer the full story of what they did, because the alternates very clearly like to mess with people. So what I'm getting at with this, right? That instance of that conversation is great in the Mandela Catalog because it serves a purpose and can almost work in universe despite the fact that it's so jarring. So when you
And then people just didn't understand why it worked.
Exactly, that's what I'm getting at. People saw that and thought, oh, I can tell my story through the same medium, right? I can just have the two characters talking and it'll just work, but they don't understand why it works in the Mandela Catalog. So instead of having this unique and interesting in-universe reason for this conversation to be seen, it's just kind of instead there, just breaking immersion, breaking the rules of what you're doing.
And quite frankly, it's kind of low effort. I'm sorry.
It is, yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, it's so easy just to have two characters on screen and then just the story being conveyed. It's a very simple form of storytelling that, it was great when Alex Kister did it, but it's also very accessible and can very easily be lazy. And also, we got a super chat. Not really a question, but this reminds me greatly of I don't know how to say that word, from Satellite City and August View. I love Sam Finna's work, so hearing about the Veldigan really puts a smile on my face. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for the super chat. But yeah, that's sort of my thing, is that the rules that Mandela Catalog breaks of analog horror still serve a purpose of the story and just to work to make it a better series.
Yeah.
But that's the other thing, though, is that you bring it up as a very good point, though, because that's the thing. A lot of people use Mandela Catalog as the reference when they're making their own analog horror series.
They should not.
They should not.
I don't think anybody should be using Mandela as a frame. Well, that's why I said it's not analog horror, not because I don't believe it uses analog horror stuff. Episode 1 and 2 are very much analog horror. Like, they're meant to be that. And then episode 3 is just something completely different. But I do not think that anybody should be using them as the shining example of this genre, because I think Mandela only loosely fits into that genre like 75% of the time. Whereas if you were looking at something like Local 58 or hell, even Marble Hornets, honestly, Marble Hornets is a really good example. A lot of people have argued whether or not Marble Hornets fits in because it's more found footage than like, a news broadcast, but personally, to me, camcorders are, at least the ones that are used in Marble Hornets, they use tapes. They still are analog camcorders, they're not digital. And so it's being conveyed through an analog medium, which means that by proxy, Marble Hornets is analog horror because the entirety of that series is viewed through the lens of that medium.
Yeah, exactly.
And so if we're taking that into account, then it's a fucking shining example. Jesus Christ, that series is good.
I should also say too, by the way, leading off of that Mandela Catalog conversation, if you are somebody who is making analog horror, I will tell you for a fact, I have seen a lot of great analog horror, and I've seen a lot of bad. And I've seen a lot of bad that was made by people who are really trying to make something good. I'm telling you right now, if you're an aspiring analog horror creator, if you copy the Mandela catalog formula, it is very, very, very obvious that you have copied the Mandela catalog. Cause like...
Yes, Zach.
Cause like, I'm
Joke.
saying... Oh, okay, liar, okay. I'm just saying though, like, I have been sent before analog horror videos that people wanted me to look at, and I will tell you for a fact, whenever I'm watching an analog horror video, I can tell you when somebody was just trying to make some analog horror story that was unique to them, and I can tell when someone was trying to make the Mandela catalog. Because the Mandela catalog has such specific and such well done elements to it that are unique to it, that when people take that and go, oh, that's analog horror, and then they apply it to their own, you have just made the Mandela catalog again. So like that's another one of my takeaway is if you're making analog horror, don't use the Mandela catalog as a reference. Maybe, you know, it's okay to take inspiration from it, but don't use that as the framework.
And also, I'm gonna say this to everybody in the chat, and I want you all to listen to me because I'm Lyra Horrors, obviously.
Yes.
If you're gonna be making analog horror, and this may be a controversial opinion, especially to you, do not use the Baddington tapes. Please, for the love of fucking God, do not use Baddington's tapes as your, like, framework for what analog horror should look like.
Yeah, I agree with that. I really enjoy the Baddington tapes. But I do not believe that those are a good sort of framework either for analog horror content.
They are tropey as shit. Please promise me nobody's gonna clip this. I don't want to put any bad faith towards Baddington because I'm sure he's a nice guy and he's really working his ass off to try to create work. So, I mean, his newest video is like 30 minutes, so he's clearly putting a shit ton of work into his stuff, but this man does not have an understanding of the genre, methinks. I have consistently seen, like, through his remakes of FNAF VHS, Pastor, I don't know if you were a fan of the original series by Squimpus.
Oh, I loved it.
When it was airing.
Yeah, I was a huge fan
In my
of it.
personal opinion, I think that that Baddington's remade versions of those tapes take every good moment that really worked in the original and completely butcher it. And then I think that every new edition serves to muddy the atmosphere of the series and worsen the quality, which is a very fucking hot take for a lot of people. But I do not like the remade version of the series.
Yeah,
the original isn't perfect either.
Now, allow me to present my side of the story. I like them more.
Maybe we should. I would love to discuss that. I know we have to answer more questions, but I would genuinely like to know your viewpoint and for you to know mine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'd love to talk more about this. I'm gonna continue with the Q&A, but just know, I actually personally prefer the Baddington versions of the VHS FNAF tapes. Let me see. There's been people asking quite a few questions here that I didn't see. I feel as if you shouldn't get heavily inspired by video framework in general. Rather, scares/atmosphere might be better. I agree. Cause like I said, if you get inspired by a specific framework people will notice that your thing is very similar. It's okay to take inspiration, but don't go overboard with it. Are you voicing Clyde? That's a really funny question.
That knowing everything that I do, that is a fucking hilarious question.
I'm just gonna say no, and that's the end of it. I'm just going to say no, I am not voicing Clyde. Is there gonna be heavy gore? Lyra, what do you think constitutes gore in this instance? You've seen Haunted Halloween PSA. Do you think there's gonna be a heavy amount of gore? What constitutes, right? It's hard to answer that, isn't it?
For your fan base and for the people on Twitter, I'll say yes, there's a heavy amount of gore.
Okay. You heard it. You heard it from Lyra. Lyra has watched Haunted Halloween PSA. She believes yes, there is quite a lot of gore. It's just you'll see when you watch Haunted Halloween PSA why we're a bit skeptical on that question. Let's see.
It's a bit of a tricky one. I also did want to say, there's two little things. Question for Lyra: are you gonna make more for your YouTube channel? Yes, absolutely. I'm not going through the best place in life right now, and things are a bit bumpy for me. But yes, there's gonna be actual content on my channel. And then also somebody said, do you think analog horror using 2000s or late 90s technology could be a good idea? I think the newest and most commonly used form of tech in analog horror is 80s tech. And I say to that, if you think it's a good idea, like, if obviously in the context that maybe you're aspiring to do this, if you think it's a good idea and you put enough research in, I think it could be great, you know? I think anybody's novel idea is fair game. And if you want my personal opinion, I think that taking advantage of mid-2000s technology and mid-2000s aesthetics in general could be really cool.
Yeah, I personally believe that like early 2000s and 90s technology is underutilized in analog horror. I think it has a lot of potential for storytelling.
I mean, sorry.
I was just saying, like, I mean, like, even I plan to take advantage of it at some point in my own series.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was called. I'm trying to put my finger on it, but there's this FNAF VHS series that's about like an edutainment game. I'm really scratching my head for the name of it, but I think that uses like mid-2000s aesthetics really well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really sad that I don't remember the name of it. It was really good.
And I got another question here. Can you go over what we should know about the Veldigan leading up to Dreams of an Insomniac? Literally...
Be blind.
Yeah. Actually, all I can tell you is the less you know, the better. Because the Veldigan are Dreams of an Insomniac, right? That's like... You didn't go into the Mandela catalog knowing what an alternate was. You learned from watching it because they're what the series is all about. You will learn everything you need to know about the Veldigan as the series goes. Whatever you don't know from watching the tape is something you shouldn't know yet. Yeah, that's...
Fazbear Toddler Fun, that was it, sorry.
Sorry?
Somebody put in chat Fazbear Toddler Fun. Yes, that is the name of the series, thank you.
I see. Let's see. Pastor sounded like a true writer, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Will there be voice acting? Yes, lots of it. Somebody asked me if I will be voicing any characters in it. I'll be voicing several. Yeah, I'll be voicing several.
Do you think it's too early for people to know who I voice within the series?
No, I don't think it's too spoilery. If you wanted to tell the chat and see their reactions to hearing who you're going to be voicing, you can go ahead.
Oh my god, I'm allowed to do the reveal.
Yeah, you're allowed to reveal it, and I can maybe tell the chat who I'll be voicing in it as well.
Okay. So, hi, silly Lyra Horrors here. Within Dreams of an Insomniac, I have the absolute privilege and pleasure to be voicing Klaus and Simon.
Yes.
And I'm very fond of my interpretations of both of them. Zach has agreed that they're both very close to what is imagined canon, and so we're both very excited for those characters to eventually have voices put to them.
I can tell you guys with certainty that Lyra, like, there's a specific voice that Lyra can do for Klaus that is literally perfect for him. Actually, exactly what I always pictured Klaus sounding like.
The 3 sucky horror games on Twitter.
You drew the 3 horror games on Twitter? I'll have to check that out as soon as the stream's over. I'm excited.
Oh my god.
And yeah, Lyra voicing Simon is going to be extremely entertaining to see as well. As for me, I'm going to be voicing one character that I can't tell you guys about yet, and I will also continue voicing Lankman. I should let you all know that the voice I intend to do for Lankman is not going to sound like he normally is in the videos. So,
Good.
if you're expecting the goofy Lankman with the really, with the terrible filter over his voice that I use in the Lankman ARG, don't be. I'm doing something very different for Lankman's voice, but I will continue to be voicing Lankman.
I always intended to ask whether or not the goofy voice was going to be making an appearance in DOAI. I was scared for a moment.
It wasn't a filter. It wasn't a filter, Silver. I have a very specific process for creating the Lankman voice that I use in my videos. I throw it into a friggin' filter that makes it sound like it's coming out of like a Game Boy, and then I apply a lot of reverb to it, and then I like duplicate my voice and have one that's super deep, one that's super high pitched. That voice worked for the Lankman ARG and for my regular videos because it's both like kind of freaky looking, it's kind of freaky sounding, but it's much more funny sounding. And Lankman, whenever I first introduced him to the channel, was supposed to be a more over-the-top, like, almost cartoon villain approach. Lankman in Dreams of an Insomniac is supposed to actually be scary, so, no, I do not intend on using that same voice. I intend on having a completely different one. And, judging from your reaction, Lyra, that's a good decision on my part.
Yeah, I was really scared that it was gonna make a comeback, and I was like, I don't know if I would be able to take him seriously if that were the case. Just because it's such a goofy voice, and it's intentionally goofy.
I wanted him to come off as this sort of like cartoon villain gone like meta. So yeah, Lankman will be voiced by me, but I'll be doing a completely different performance for him. And let's see.
How do I get into horror?
Oh boy.
Honestly, the best way to get into horror is by consuming really good pieces of horror media, and it's divisive whether or not like what's good and what isn't. Personally, I taste skews sort of towards Japanese horror, but if you want some good stuff to look at, John Carpenter's The Thing, definitely. Alien, Halloween, if we're talking about Japanese stuff, Ju-on, Ringu, Naroi, thinking of other stuff. In terms of games, Silent Hill 2, Fatal Frame, PT, just like watch PT or play the Unreal version. That game is phenomenal. Doki Doki Literature Club, great horror. And then also, I'm trying to think. I don't know if there's any good piece of animated horror. I'm trying to, like, Perfect Blue I wouldn't recommend to chat because it's covering some very sensitive topics, but maybe Paranoia Agent? I don't know if it's as dicey content-wise as Perfect Blue.
That one's not, that one's another weird one. It doesn't cover, like, really heavy subject material, but it's also not strictly horror. It's kind of just weird.
That's fair. In that case, I will leave you with the recommendation of reading the works of Ito Junji, the famous Japanese mangaka who is the creator of Uzumaki and Gyo and Tomie, and also the works of Masaki Nakayama, who is best known for their short horror anthology series, Fuan no Tane. He has a really good grasp over horror as well, and is very underrated compared to Junji Ito as an artist. I would very much encourage everybody here to read a bit of Fuan no Tane. It's very widely available online, and I've heard that a physical release may be happening soon from Viz Media. But yeah, so literally my whole thing is, if you want to get into horror, and if you want to create horror, consume good pieces of horror media and just ruminate on them, sit on them, think about what makes them tick, think about why you liked or disliked them, think about why they scared you, think about why the atmosphere worked or didn't work. Yeah. That's my advice.
And bouncing off of that, very cool. Silver says, get into horror by watching Haunted Halloween PSA on Halloween!
Absolutely, guys.
That's how you get into horror. I got two questions here. I got two questions here that I wanted to answer because I was worried that there'd be misconceptions about these things. Is Dreams of an Insomniac connected to the Lankman ARG? No. No, it is not. Not at all. The literal only connection Dreams of an Insomniac has to the Lankman ARG is the fact that Lankman is a character in it. Literally, the name is the same.
I was about to say, it's not that Lankman is a character in it, is that there's a character named Lankman in DOAI.
Yeah, literally the only thing Dreams of an Insomniac Lankman has in common with the ARG Lankman is the name. Because one thing to keep in mind with the Lankman ARG whenever I was doing it, Lankman in the Lankman ARG is not Lankman the character from Dreams of an Insomniac. The whole story of the Lankman ARG was supposed to be that he was supposed to be this weird meta manifestation of my desire to create an ARG, fighting back against my need for making videos. It was supposed to be super meta and over the top. So the Lankman in the Lankman ARG is literally just like this weird entity that took a hold of the last character I made for an ARG being Lankman. Dreams of an Insomniac is the story that name and face was made for. Lankman in the Lankman ARG is like this meta creature wearing its skin almost.
Yeah.
Which is very convoluted, I will admit, but that's what I ended up doing because I wanted to have fun. And also, is Dreams of an Insomniac set in a specific time like 90s or 80s? I will say, Volume 0 is happening in primarily the 80s. I mean, like, if you saw the Halloween announcement teaser, it says Halloween 1986.
Yeah.
However, I will say that much of the time the setting and time will be ambiguous. So, yeah, you're gonna have to figure that out for yourself whenever we start it.
I do have a good question for you. Coreyby asks this, but I also wanted to personally ask you this as somebody who just got done with Haunted Halloween PSA, and I'll give my answer for this after, but I'm very interested to see what you say. Is there any advice for making a finished product, horror-wise, but specifically, like, what the first step of pre-production should be?
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing, that really... The thing that makes this question hard to answer for me is the fact that I feel like everyone has a different process. But to go over to go over how I started, right? Whenever I'm starting to have a story going or I want to prepare and make something. The thing for me where I always start is an idea. An idea for just some kind of concept or storyline that comes to mind, something that would be interesting to expand upon and build a story off of. For example, as someone who's finished an ARG with the Lankman ARG, the idea for the Lankman ARG was that I wanted to try and introduce ARG elements and horror elements that are original to my channel. I wanted to make Dreams of an Insomniac on the channel, but I didn't know if that was going to be something people would accept. So, I wanted to sort of dip my toes in the water, make something first that would be more safe. So the idea I had was an ARG, which would be intertwined with regular content, but wouldn't overtake it. And when I had that idea, I immediately thought, okay, it has to be something meta. So I'll have it be something that involves me, the content creator, and this monster, and then the whole idea for Lankman being this weird manifestation started. And it sort of evolved after that. Dreams of an Insomniac started with me wanting to just create a story using my monsters. So I thought, what's the most notable thing about my monsters? It's the psychological aspects, the fact that they make you hallucinate, the fact that they devour minds, right? So then I thought, okay, we're gonna build this story off of the whole idea of the psychological aspects and hallucinations and whatnot, make a story about that. And then I thought, well, what would be the best medium to convey this? I wanted to make something that made the viewer feel like they were experiencing the same psychological effects of these monsters. Analog horror is the perfect medium for making the viewer feel involved with the story. So I felt analog horror was the absolute best way to tell the story. and then everything built off of that. Long story short and long rant aside, have an idea that you want to build off of, and once you have an idea that you really feel like is solid, just build off of that and make something. Let it evolve. Take your time with it too. That's my spiel.
I think to build off of that, not only do you want to set out with an idea, but I think the most important thing, obviously aside from a base idea, is having an intention. Like, a lot of people, I feel like, create series nowadays without physically having an intention of what they want to do, like why you're creating the series, other than the fact, you just want to create a horror series. What are you bringing to the table? And I think, with, for example, with Dreams of an Insomniac, if I'm right about this, the intention of the series is just to... I'm trying to think, but I think it would be best to let you say, like, what's your intention? What is the intention you set out with as an artist?
I think that's another big thing, is just thinking about, like what you said, what kind of thing you want to express through it, what kind of feeling do you want it to evoke, and then that can usually help you build off the idea as well. Wait, Pastor, want to clarify for the people just in case that reaction videos are fine and you won't be maliciously copy striking anyone in case anyone is worried about that? Oh, of course. If you want to,
you can do it.
Absolutely. If you want to make a reaction video of Haunted Halloween PSA, I'd watch the ever-living hell out of it. Hell, I'll probably comment on it.
Guys, we want to see that. We're looking forward to the people who are going to be reacting to this blind. Zach just recently got a message from a YouTuber that we both very much like, saying that they're interested in reacting to Haunted Halloween PSA, and we were both very excited about that. So don't worry.
Oh yeah, we want reaction-based content. People watching this stuff and reacting to it is how it gets out there and finds new audiences. If I'm going out there and I'm copyright striking it, taking those videos down, then it's never gonna grow, and it's gonna just nurture a community that's very toxic towards it. And that's not what I want at all. Let's see. Markiplier is watching Dreams of an Insomniac. I wish.
Could you imagine?
If I see Markiplier friggin' Haunted Halloween PSA reaction video, I think that would be it. I'd die on the spot. No more Dreams of an Insomniac. I'd be gone.
No, but I know Matt Pat will.
You think so?
I know Matt Pat is, eventually.
That would definitely be something. And
he's gonna get everything wrong. He's not gonna know any of the details. He's gonna just get the entire story just completely wrong.
Matt Pat's gonna be watching it, and Clyde's gonna show up and scream. He goes, "It's Winfrey!" Oh god. I'd still be all for it though. I'd still lose my mind. All jokes aside, I love Matt Pat's content.
Even if it was everything was wrong, I would still soy jack at a game theory or film theory episode about DOAI.
Oh, that would be so funny though. Yeah, let me see. It's all political. Okay,
it's a metaphor. It's a metaphor about how Reaganomics physically destroyed the morality of USA during the 1980s. That's the real intention of the series, guys. That's canon.
It's all canon. Also, I saw somebody say, is the entire Dreams of an Insomniac story already written? Yes, actually.
Yeah.
I made a point of not starting Dreams of an Insomniac until I knew what I was doing, at least vaguely, for every single volume. I know what the story is. I know how each volume is supposed to play out, at least vaguely. I obviously don't have every single scene of every single volume planned. I'm not that crazy. But, I know what the theme of each volume is. I know what the story is going to be. I know what the beginning, middle, and end is. This is not like a ship I'm building as I'm sailing. This is something I've planned for years.
Thank fucking Christ, dude. I hate when people just build the ship as they're sailing. Not even Scott Cawthon could do that. You know how much the FNAF floor sucks, guys?
Yeah, like that's one thing is like, I've said this a couple times during this whole Q&A section of the stream, like, one thing I always did was I took inspiration from a lot of sources and material I enjoy, and I took the things I love about those things and tried to apply them in some capacity in Dreams of an Insomniac, while also taking the things that are criticized and not doing them. And as people on my channel know, Bendy is like my favorite horror game, to many people's dismay, and Five Nights at Freddy's is my favorite series. And one thing those two games did terribly is the fact that you very clearly could tell they built the story for those series as they were going. With every Bendy chapter, it was literally admitted by Meatly and them that they just kind of built that game as they were going. FNAF was built as it was going. I did not want to do that. I wanted... Yeah... Like, I wanted you to be able to watch Volume 0, right? And if there was a detail in there that you either thought was arbitrary or just didn't make sense, you'd watch a later volume and suddenly realize, holy shit, that actually had a reason to be there, that makes sense now, and you almost have a better experience watching Volume 0 as later stuff evolves, because you can see the foreshadowing, you can see that there was a narrative plan from the start, right?
Yeah, also... Ethan Vito Ocampo, I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, buddy. You keep asking who's my favorite character in Dreams of an Insomniac, and the reason I'm not answering it is because I answered the question earlier. But just for a quick summary, probably either Clyde, Simon, or the Flock.
All good choices, all good choices. I would have said any character of mine was a good choice because I love them all like my children. Those were good choices, though. And let's see here. When are you gonna make a video essay about analog horror? Yeah, Bephomet said, I already did one on the Walton Files, and after Haunted Halloween PSA comes out, I have a couple analog horror themed videos planned. Not to give too much away, but... Yeah, not to give too much away, but my first video after Haunted Halloween PSA's release is gonna be a Mandela catalog analysis.
Oh shit, really?
Yes, and I have a lot planned for it. I
love how, like, you get to see the live... Wait, huh?
Yeah, like, huh?
I did not know. This is news to me.
Yeah, no, my first video I have planned is going to be a Mandela catalog analysis, and I have some really fun ideas for that one that are really going to express my absolute adoration for that series. Yeah, I can't wait for that. Let's see.
Also, Azuke, I saw your question, but it was worded a bit strangely. Would you mind, like, clarifying? Because I would like to answer it, I just couldn't necessarily understand what you were trying to ask. Very sorry. Hope you understand.
Yeah, I didn't even get to see what the question was.
Ooh, somebody said analyze Kane Pixel's Backroom series. Who knows? Maybe that will be a thing someday.
That series always has had my interest. Not as much as some other things I plan on making videos on, but definitely at some point.
It is damn solid.
Oh, it's phenomenal,
It is a solid-ass series.
It's
just very straightforward, in my opinion, in terms of lore. There isn't the most to analyze because the story is unfolding in a very linear fashion. Like, it is actually telling us a story instead of hiding everything from us. Wow, what a novel idea.
It is really cool.
Yeah.
And, wait, there was one question I saw, but have you seen Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared? Yes, yes. Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared is my favorite show. My absolute favorite, like, #1. Let's see. As someone who hasn't watched Dreams of an Insomniac, did know it was a thing, but definitely watching it after this stream out of context, it all sounds metal as heck. Yeah, you haven't seen it because it's actually not out yet. The point of all these streams I'm doing this week is actually for the purpose of building up hype, because Dreams of an Insomniac Volume 0 is going to be premiering on this channel Halloween night at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is why we have this big ominous 31-10-22 on the screen, because we're trying to build up hype for the premiere and hopefully give people an idea of what to expect going into it. I've had a lot of people like graciously agreeing to help me promote it and whatnot. We're trying to build up as much hype as possible because I want this video to do as well as it possibly can. And there's the where's the Sonic video part 2 question that I always get asked.
Do you listen
Oh,
to any
okay.
horror podcasts
This
like
is
the
this
Madness
is my
Archives
fault.
or anything?
I should answer this one.
If you want to answer it, go for it.
Also, sorry if I'm a question hog. I feel bad.
No. I've been answering way more questions anyway. I'm glad you're here to answer some questions.
Okay, and then Tazuke posted their questions. I'm gonna answer that too. Sonic CD Part 2 was originally planned to release a long while ago, and it's because it was gonna be the first official Past Respect video that had me as a collab/feature, and I was gonna be writing for the video. Unfortunately, at the time, I was just starting college and trying to study for my permit test.
on my channel.
And things just didn't end up panning out in terms of the writing of it. We couldn't get it done in time for past to like basically Zach just wanted to keep making videos and not have to be worried about stuff, so we both agreed that we could come back to it at a later point. So it's not like the video's canceled. It is not canceled whatsoever. We're still very excited to make that video. It's just we kind of need a more opportune time to make it.
Yeah.
And then okay. Oh,
No.
you first.
I was just gonna say, yeah, that Sonic CD video was very much so being made for fun. The original Sonic CD video I made was one of the most fun video analysis I ever made. In fact, in terms of the editing, it might be my favorite video I've posted on the channel, not counting Dreams of Insomniac stuff. And,
it is pretty sick.
Thank you. My whole thought process was, right, if me and Lyra were both stressed as hell to get the friggin' part 2 out on time, there's no point in making it, right? Because
we want to have fun.
The Sonic CD videos were meant to be made for fun. Sonic CD is is a game that me and Lyra are both extremely passionate about. I think it's both our favorite Sonic game, right?
I would reckon so.
I would reckon so, yeah. So like me and Lyra both have a really strong love of Sonic CD, so the Sonic CD Part 2 was supposed to be a video that we were literally just making because we like the game, right? Like Sonic CD Part 1 kind of underperformed compared to some of my other videos, but I still love it and I'm still happy it was posted because we had such a good time with it. So
It's so nice. I remember when it released, the day that it released, I was caring for my parents' house because they were gone, and I remember watching it for the first time on like a giant flat screen TV. So that was definitely a thing that enhanced the experience a lot.
I remember you posting that video of you scrolling through YouTube on like the TV, and the video pops up, and you're like, "Let's go!" I have that video saved because I found it so funny.
It is quite funny. Real quick, I do want to answer Tazuke's question from earlier, because they were like, "Oh yeah, I mean, while most horror is very quiet and then bam, big scare, what about say the character being intentionally mildly unsettling the entire time rather than building suspense for one scare?" So I think what they're trying to ask is this gonna be a situation where it's building up to these big jump scares, or are we going for a vibe that's supposed to be just consistently unsettling throughout the entire runtime? And I would say it's closer to the latter.
Yeah, I'd say it's closer to the latter, but I will say that like I like to have a mixture. I primarily want Dreams of an Insomniac to be very focused on being unsettling and being very like off-putting and making you think about it after the fact. But alongside that, I have some more traditional like loud scares mixed in there. I made a point to myself to include as little of those as possible, unless I thought it absolutely required it, because, I'm trying to make this something that'll scare you after the fact, and I mean, I always believe that jump scares are at their best when they're not something you can expect, or they're a jump scare that is still effective after you've experienced it once.
Yeah.
And the more jump scares you use, the harder that is to achieve. So much more
Also,
the latter.
Lupus has a good question. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I was finished.
Okay. I was gonna say, I think Bupus has a really cool question, if you want to tackle that one.
Alright, let me see. Okay, so my question when making Dreams of an Insomniac, were you guys hyper-focused on making it more immersive to the setting and realistic, or were you guys with cutting it back for the horror? So, it's kind of funny. With Dreams of an Insomniac, I tried very hard to make it something that felt realistically tangible to exist in real life. I used a lot of like editing techniques, little story elements to try and make it immersive for the setting. But the thing was, sometimes when you're making a setting where the entire theme is a surreal nature and like a sort of psychedelic hallucination themed storyline, sometimes you do have to cut some things to make like that. You have to cut back on the realism a little bit for the sake of telling the story and having good moments. The spectacle isn't everything, but sometimes the spectacle does take over. It does eventually like take priority over realism.
And I do think there is some character writing that is a little separated from being grounded, but in a really cheeky way. I think some of the character writing in Volume 0 reminds me of the way that Sam Raimi writes his characters.
That makes me so happy to hear because I don't know if I made this obvious, but Sam Raimi is my favorite director.
I keep giving you the most flattering compliments day after day. I'm just killing it.
Like, Evil Dead's my favorite film franchise and Sam Raimi's my favorite director, and you keep saying the nicest things, I'm telling you. Also, I was told that I missed a super chat. I will react to Dreams of an Insomniac on my channel. And from Sophie, do you listen to any horror podcasts like the Magnus Archives or anything? I listen to Welcome to Night Vale. That one's really good, too. I really, really enjoy that. Haven't listened to the Magnus Archive. Sounds cool, though. And thank you for reacting to it on your channel. Like, I appreciate anyone spreading the word about the story. Obviously, nobody has to, but I always appreciate it a lot because, you know, that's just more exposure for something I'm trying to make do good. Okay, I got another question here that's very important. When Dreams of Insomniac comes out, is it alright if I make lore/theory videos about it? I'll link back to your video, of course, and any other things you'd like me to do. It's your work after all. I not only give you permission to, I am encouraging that. I want people to do that. That is...
Please do.
Like, if you want to make something analyzing the series, please do. Because, like, that's what we're making this for. I want to start discussions. I want people to be talking about this series. I want to make something thought-provoking that will spark discussion and make people curious about what's going on. I want people to rip it apart. If somebody out there sits there and tries to analyze the horn stripe number on Clyde's horns to indicate the time era, then you may be going a little bit too deep, but I appreciate that.
Sheepies when trying to make the thing.
I felt so bad because I've never taken into account the number of stripes on Clyde's horns.
Isn't it inconsistent between interpretations?
Always. It is always inconsistent. Some of the talking sprites I use have different stripe numbers on the horns.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It's yeah. I never really cared too much about that because I didn't figure anyone would really notice. Where's the laugh?
I am... Oh my god, wait, I saw that question real quick. I was just gonna say, I'm a special offender because I know that the stripes on Clyde's arms are like a dark red, like maroon color, and I always draw them black, just like pitch black. Same thing with the stripes on Clyde's horns and tail. Every stripe on Clyde, I always draw it just pitch black.
Yeah, I've noticed that. I've also noticed that quite a few other people do that. I always make the stripes on his actual body red so that there's more of like a contrast between the bright yellows. But it looks really cool either way whenever I see like the blacks used on his arms and legs instead. I also saw somebody ask where the laugh comes from with the super chats. That's Jevel's laugh.
Jevel!
I'm a huge Deltarune fan, and I always liked the idea of using Jevel's laugh for Clyde stuff. Not in Dreams of an Insomniac, but just, you know, with channel mascot stuff, because it feels spooky. And I love Jevel.
Deltarune Chapter 3 stream with Lyra Horus?
Yes! Yes! Absolutely!
That'd be so sick.
Will this series make me question my sanity? It's actually really funny that you asked that question because I kind of do intend for that in a weird way.
I hope so. I hope it does. That'd
Yeah.
be funny.
That would be really funny. Let's see.
Somebody's like, damn, I can't get a grip anymore.
Is that Clyde in my closet? Whoa.
No, that's me. I'm in the closet still. I'm sorry, guys.
Hey, Pastor, how do you feel about Dreams of Insomniac fan-made content like Dreams of Insomniac spin-offs? Do it. Like, honestly, if you want to do that, like, obviously, if you're going to make some kind of, like, spin-off or fan-made project with it, literally all I need to be happy is credit in some capacity for the series. Other than that,
Yeah, like,
go for it.
give us Five Nights at Winfrey's, man.
Five Nights at Winfrey's, I'd play it on the channel, because, like, I personally believe that fan-made content or even somebody taking inspiration off of my work is the greatest form of flattery because I know that I made something good enough for somebody else to potentially make something great off of it. If you want to make fan-made
You are
content...
doing a monkey's paw thing right now. You are daring the monkey's paw.
Like,
Rule 34 is just waiting for you, buddy.
no! Don't you bring that up here! Not in my
You
wholesome
know.
stream!
You know.
No.
You know.
No.
You know.
No! Please, no! I don't want that!
It's gonna happen regardless of what we say.
No! I've seen the stuff people say about Lankman! I do not want that! Do not!
Listen, I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying they're going to.
No! No, you know what? You know what? Fan-made content be damned! Change of heart! My heart just shrunk 3 sizes! If I see that, I'm going on a crusade! People have opinions on Lankman. Yeah, they do.
Why do people give him titties? The man is literally like bones.
I don't want to talk about it.
Also, Vale saying, when am I forcing you to play Silent Hill 2? That's a good fucking question. I've been thinking about it all stream.
that came off very aggressive.
Yes, it did.
Look-
It's because I'm eventually going to force you to play Silent Hill 2.
We'll go through Godzilla first. Okay, we'll go through Godzilla first, and then we'll do Silent Hill stuff. You gonna play the Friday Night Funkin' mod, Pastor? Yeah, absolutely. To those of you in chat who don't know, there are people working on a Friday Night Funkin' mod with all of my characters right now, and I fully
Wait,
intend to
actually?
Yes, actually, there's a whole ass Discord server for it and everything.
Oh, that's sick.
And this isn't like one of those things where it's like, yeah, I'm trying to work on this Friday Night Funkin' mod, but then it never happens. Like, no, these people are far into it. Like, there's so much. There's so much already made for it. It's insane. Like, yeah, people in chat freaking out about that. Yeah, like, actually, that exists. Let's see, I'm gonna answer a couple more questions, and then I think I'm gonna call it for the stream, because my voice is starting to get a bit sore here.
I got my Coca-Cola to keep mine nice and crisp.
Coca-Cola, espuma.
Coca-Cola espuma.
It's one of my favorite videos. What is its entire lore? So basically, it all started with the Great Veldy War, when Clyde pulled out an SMG and said, "Winfrey, those people over there look like some unfortunate sons," and then shot Klaus in the face. That's the Dreams of an Insomniac lore. Let's see. Do we get any good questions? I'm gonna answer like 3 or 4 more questions, and then we're gonna hop off. Let's see here. How do you make a good jump scare? That's hard to answer.
That is actually hard to answer.
Because jump scares seem like a very lazy technique in horror. And the thing is, they often get used
There's good
lazily,
jump scares.
but there are great jump scares. I always think the best jump scares are either the kinds that are constantly built up to and you know are coming, but you never know when. So the fear from the jump scare doesn't necessarily come from the jump itself, but rather the fact that you know it's coming, you just don't know when. And the other kind of jump scares that I think are the best are the ones that completely take advantage of the fact that you know whoever's watching has no idea it's gonna happen. Like, Those to me are the best kind of jump scares, where you set up a scenario that the possibility of a jump scare happening doesn't even cross the viewer's mind, and then it just happens. I think those ones are the most effective for me, at least. Let's see here.
I love the defibrillator jump scare in The Thing.
Yeah, that's a great example of a really good jump scare, because in that movie...
I did not see that coming.
Exactly, in that movie, that scene does not in any way set up a jump scare. There is no way that a jump scare is ever built up to. So when it just randomly happens, and the thing happening on screen is visually disturbing, that's a great scene. Let's see here... Some weird noises happening. That's the microphone. Can't fix it. It's just going to fix itself eventually.
Oh, Corey Bite. Hey, you know what? I support you. Go live your dreams.
Thank you for answering
Create
my question.
some cool
Definitely
shit.
helps with my
If I
ideas.
see it one
Here's
day,
another
I'll be sure to
question.
give
As
you
one
a
who
shout
struggles
and be
because
like,
of
hell
learning
yeah.
disabilities. Any
That's
advice
cool.
for actually learning skills? Because
I really
production
hope you
struggle.
go on to... No, I know you'll go on to create some cool shit.
Yeah, absolutely. And for your question, any advice for actually learning skills because production struggle? See, the best way I can put it, and the thing that helped me the most, because I struggled a lot with motivation, being somebody who has, being someone who has like struggles with a lot of like ADHD stuff. The best way to focus on something and to find the motivation to work on something is to start even just a little bit of it. Just start a little bit. If you're worried, if you're really overwhelmed by the idea of making something big, or like, you know, putting a lot of time into something because you don't want to, because you may be worried that you don't see immediate results, just put a little tiny bit of time into it. Because I found, especially when it comes to developing skills in art or video editing, that if you put just a little bit of time into something, even like 10 seconds, or just like, you know, maybe even a minute, the fact that you started is enough for you to want to continue working on it. If you work on it little by little, I mean, think about it, right? If you do an hour's worth of something in a single day, or you do maybe like 15 minutes of it over multiple days, by the end of the week, you're still doing the same amount. You're just working at your own
Does
pace,
Wagner meet
right?
her taxes? Someone
Right.
else asked.
That's my main advice, is like, if you're really overwhelmed by the idea of doing big things and not seeing immediate results, take it at your own time. People all learn and do things in different ways, so whatever works for you
love
should
you.
be what you do. Thank you, Glow Kitty.
And I have another really good piece of advice for neurodivergent people who are trying to create things but are finding that their learning disabilities are giving them a bit of a difficulty in doing so. Literally, best piece of advice I could give you is be around the right people, because when I'm on my own, dude, working on
Waiting for
things
someone to
sucks.
say
Even
names
if
of the nymphomaniac.
even if I'm working on something that I love, it's so hard to focus on working on something, even if I want to do it. But when I'm with somebody who inspires me, somebody who I can bounce off of, somebody who has like the right vibe, I can work so much more productively, and things are so much more easy and smooth, because there are some people who are just these like pillars of light for our creative minds that just feed into our inhibitions and our freedom, and they allow us to do more than we thought we could have in the past. And I'll say that Zach over here is that person for me, definitely. I work a lot better when I'm on a call with Zach, because me and him just could bounce off of each other for hours about every different subject under the sun. We've given each other advice so many times on all of our different projects. You know, all of that. It's just a matter of being around people who can nurture your mind and your creativity, I think.
Oh yeah, I absolutely agree with that. I've had so many more ideas and like concepts come to mind that I'm more proud of whenever we started talking a lot in like calls and whatnot, and just through text. And like it's definitely upped my like level of production for stuff, I think. So yeah, that's a really good piece of advice. I'm also seeing people in the chat. First of all, I got a super chat saying, waiting for someone to say dreams of a nymphomaniac. I have no idea what that means or what that word is.
Me neither.
But thank
I'm
you for the
scared
super
that you
chat.
said it now. What if it means something awful?
Yeah, what if I just said something horrible?
What if you said a slur towards like fairies or something?
Oh no. I'm sorry, fairies.
They're gonna like crawl into your ears and stab your brain.
No. Also, I see a lot of people asking this one question that I'm finally gonna answer. Where did the name Dreams of an Insomniac come from?
He's dreaming. He's an insomniac. I think it's pretty simple.
Wait, LMAO, Zach, you can't say that. Zach, don't say it. It's not a slur, but it isn't it's some... Oh.
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 Oh my god, it's exactly... I literally predicted it. No.
Well, thanks for clarifying that for me, Vale.
Cancel it. Can we ban that person?
No.
For making me say no, it's I'm joking, but that was funny as fuck.
My god, okay. I don't know what I expected. But yeah, I saw somebody ask what the inspiration for the name Dreams of an Insomniac came from. It's actually very funny. The name Dreams of an Insomniac came from a poem I wrote in high school. I was in a creative writing class in high school that I absolutely loved. And for that class, our final project was to make a piece of writing and then sit down with the teacher and explain what that piece of writing was. And it could be anything we wanted. And I wrote a poem, and the entire point of the poem was supposed to be that you were in this dreamlike state, and the whole thing was supposed to be that the poem was about sitting in this flower field and talking to somebody who you both, like, through the way I told the story, you both, like, the narrator both seems to love this person, but there's a lot of subtext that implies that they actually hate this person a lot and this person's terrible to them, but they are just pretending they're happy with them because they can't get away from them. So the whole point of this poem I wrote was that the narrator constantly contradicts themselves. They, you know, at one point they say they're drinking tea with this person and they describe the tea as being sweet, but then when they next describe the tea, they say, I put down the bitter tea. So the whole point of the name Dreams of an Insomniac was supposed to be that the entire poem was supposed to be constantly contradicting itself, because this was someone who was mentally, like, trying to figure out their situation. They wanted to be happy, they want to pretend they're happy, but they actually hate everything about it. So the name was supposed to play on that, with it being someone is dreaming, but they're an insomniac, so this person can't sleep. Those are two things that shouldn't go together. And fun fact, the name of the person in the dream, the name of the person in this poem that they were talking about, the narrator, was Winfrey. So there's your fun fact of the day, is that the name Dreams of an Insomniac, the reason I chose that for the series was because that was the first piece of writing I ever made that had Winfrey as a character, and Winfrey was the first character I made for the story. So since the story was based around Winfrey, and that was my first piece of writing with him, it felt right to name the main story after the first piece of writing that included the character.
That's so sick.
Yeah, people were making fun of me during the last stream where I talked about my love of poetry. Little do they realize that the spooky, scary horror series they're watching is heavily rooted in my love of poetry. Heavily, heavily rooted in my love of poetry.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Also, real quick, I wanted to say something funny on the stream.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is gonna make you laugh. For a while, I had been considering joining your channel as a member, and you know, just paying that subscription. But I ultimately decided against it, not because of the fact that I don't want to give you money, but because of the fact that I realized at a certain point during production, I would just be giving you back your own money every month.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You'd be giving you...
I'd be paying you for your work, and then you'd be using that money to pay for my channel membership. The actual friggin' like Dreams of an Insomniac pipeline over here. Also, Vale, I see you insulting me in the chat. I see you! Don't act like I don't see that.
I mean, Vale is a pretty cool streamer.
Vale is a pretty cool streamer, but that gives him no right to be insulting me on my stream. Don't you smiley face me. Don't you smiley face me, you passive-aggressive good friend of mine. Smiley face me. Is there any other questions here?
I think it's because Teratola sent you something on Twitter that you're probably gonna look at after stream.
Yeah, I'll check everything I was sent after stream. Thank you, too, for answering my questions. Definitely going to need to come back to the stream to listen to advice again. It means a lot. Yeah, if you don't see the stream on the channel again, I'm just... To anyone who wonders where my streams go whenever they're done, I have a playlist called Stream VODs. The streams themselves are unlisted, but the playlist is public, so you can watch them. It's just so they don't clog up my channel. Let's see, do we have any other good questions before I close the stream for the night? I'm at work, so I couldn't immediately apologize. That's fine, Sophie, that's fine. Let's see. Any more last-minute
The
questions?
Simpsons is doing a parody of Death Note, and it actually looks like an anime. What the fuck? I just saw that on Twitter, I'm sorry.
I'm at work, so I couldn't immediately
Let's
apologize,
see here.
Lo.
That's fine, Sophie. Let's see here. Because I can't answer any questions about the Veldigan as a species other than, like, basic stuff. Let me see. Oh, okay, you know what? I was asked a question. This is going to be the last question I answer for the night because I think this is a very important question to answer. Somebody asked, will it keep the things from the first Dreams of an Insomniac like Linkman's Asylum? So, on my Discord server, I had a lore channel, which was supposed to be there for, you know, just writing down ideas and story beats in the original Dreams of an Insomniac story I made. When I made that lore channel, I made it so that I could discuss my characters, because at the time, I was still contemplating if Dreams of an Insomniac was going to be a series I would explore on my YouTube channel, because I made that channel before the Lankman ARG, which I said before was to test the waters to see if people were accepting to the idea of original horror content from me. That lore channel and the stuff I discuss on it is horribly outdated. There are so many pieces of lore and story which have been completely changed in the version of Dreams of an Insomniac that people can watch on the channel. The only things that are the same are the absolute core fundamentals that make the characters and the setting they're in work. Lankman's Asylum still exists because that was the core fundamental of Lankman's character. Klaus still murders people because that was Klaus's thing. Winfrey's still crazy because that was Winfrey's thing. Basically, I have stripped all the characters down to their fundamentals that make them work, and I have almost completely changed what the story's all about. With that said, I saw some people asking if the story started in the 1800s. No, the story does not start in the 1800s. It very much so starts in, like, around, like, the 80s and 90s. I have completely changed that. You will not see, like, black and white photos of Lankman and, like, Clyde fist fighting each other, you know?
Aww.
I know. And I feel like that distinction is very important because I feel like there's, like, no matter how many times I say this, someone out there is going to try and build a theory off of the old, outdated lore. And that person is going to make some big assumptions about what the story is going to be because of what the original lore channel stated. Somebody out there is going to read, like, Klaus had a phobia of birds in the original lore channel and try to build off of that, be like, oh, the Phlox lore relevance with Klaus's volume. Don't do that. You are literally just shooting yourself in the foot. That is not going to work. That is not going to work with what the story is. I have completely changed it except for the bare fundamentals of these characters. So, yes, to answer that original question this whole rant was based off of, yes, Lankman's Asylum is still in the story, but the stuff that happens in there, the characters involved, Lankman himself, everything is being changed aside from those fundamentals. And yeah, that, unless there's anything else you want to add on to that, Lyra, or anything you want to answer, that's going to be the last question I'm answering for the stream, and I'm going to start wrapping things up here.
I also think it's gonna be my last question. I did want to mention, when you were playing Shipwreck 64, did you end up running into Clyde? Like, is that a normal occurrence, or is it an Easter egg?
I never ran into Clyde. I don't actually know if that was an Easter egg put in the game by Squeaks, or if that was just a render he made of a Clyde model in the style of the game, that he just made as an image. Because
I see.
Squeaks was guiding me through Shipwreck 64 and showing me all the Easter eggs that were in the game, and, yeah, we never encountered Clyde, so I believe that was just a fun little render he made in the game's style.
Interesting. I was gonna say, cause Phil Morg is playing Shipwreck 64 on the 27th, and I was like, oh?
Oh, that's really cool.
And also, I'm really excited because I'm looking at the stream schedule for this next week of Morgian streams, and I see the silhouette of Junior's Bonnie. This man is finally gonna play / talk about the silly game.
Oh my god, I'm so excited to see that.
Like, sorry for foaming at the mouth at the end of a DOAI thing, but also, I think we're both Phil Morgians in this call.
Oh,
I
yeah.
fucking love that man streams.
Proud member of the Toxic Cesspit!
Same.
Yeah, so, with that, though, those were the last questions we're gonna be answering, we're gonna be closing off the stream for now. I should let you guys know, what to expect for the next couple of days, because, we're streaming all week. Tomorrow is going to be a stream, hopefully, of The Forest, and it'll be starring me and a couple of my friends. Every single time we play The Forest, it devolves into absolute anarchy. It becomes actually hell. So, if you guys are excited for that, if you guys are excited to see that, I hope you are, because some of the most fun that we always have is during those streams. Or not during those streams, like playing The Forest.
Oh boy.
Because that game, oh my god, that game. Then after that, this Thursday coming up, I was actually, you may have noticed this from a Twitter thread, me and Aya are going to be streaming Sister Location on here.
Oh no.
Yeah, you know where that's going.
Can I join for that one?
If you want to be there for that,
By the way,
absolutely.
My channel membership.
Oh, that's gonna be a fucking mess. I want to be there.
I don't understand it.
I'm sorry to hear that, Sophie. I actually don't know what's wrong with that. I wish I could do something about it, but I think it's just a YouTube problem. But yeah,
Sorry about that, Sophie.
Yeah, sorry that has to happen to you. But yeah, Thursday is going to be the Sister Location stream. Thursday's going to be interesting, because it was funny, because literally just replied to one of my tweets like, hey, can you stream Sister Location and can I be there? And I'm like, yes! That stream I feel like is going to be a controversial one, because and I, if you couldn't tell from the hour-long video that he made that has me collabing in it, and I don't like Sister Location. So that's going to be an interesting stream. And then Friday, okay, I'm not going to spoil anything, because Friday's stream is a secret. Friday's stream is going to be a secret what we're actually doing, because it's a stream I've wanted to do for a very long time. And it's going to be a doozy. All I'm going to say about Friday's stream is that Friday's stream is the last stream we're doing for the week before I stop for Haunted Halloween PSA, on Monday. Friday's stream, all I will tell you guys is that it is going to be horrible for me and amazing for everybody else. Lyra will you'll hopefully be there for Friday.
I will try my fucking damnedest.
I'd love to have you there for Friday, but I am telling you, anyone in this chat who has respect for me, or, looks up to me in any way, or, just thinks I'm a cool person, Friday's stream is gonna make you really question that. Because Friday's stream is going to, reveal a lot to the chat about me. All you're gonna know, it's not a smash or pass, guys, it's not a smash or pass. All I'm gonna tell you about Friday's stream is that Friday's stream is going to be called Torturing Myself for Views. Friday's stream is gonna make you really question, me as a person. I'm not playing Hootie Pop, no, it is nothing like that! But yeah, if there is a stream that you guys want to be there for your own entertainment, Friday is the stream you want to be there for. Because, my God, Friday is going to be a ride. Friday is going to hurt me a lot. It might hurt you guys. Who knows? Lyra's probably gonna have a great time. That is what I'm leaving it at. Be excited for Friday. I'm not, and I am at the same time. Yeah. With that though, unless Lyra, you have any closing thoughts, I'm gonna get going for now.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I sound dead inside today, guys. I've been suffering chronic fatigue, and hopefully during the sister location stream, things will be looking up for me a bit more, and you'll get typical enthusiastic, giggly Lyra. I was so fucking out of it today. Love you guys.
All right, and with that, I'm gonna close the stream for now. Thank you all for coming. I appreciated having all of you here for the Q&A part at the end. I hope you enjoyed watching all those games I played. Hope you guys are looking forward to the rest of the streams we have this week, and if you guys haven't already, please set up a notification for yourself to watch Haunted Halloween PSA this Monday. Really looking forward to the premiere.
Bye-bye.